Hello. Man, I don't know if 2 o'clock kind of like crawled up on me, and I kind of got caught off guard, but here we are. Um, hope I'm live. I mean, I'm checking it, but how's everyone doing? I thought I'd just like do a chill stream. I'm like getting settled into some my new work situation. So yeah, just like talk about the weekend. I didn't stream the weekend, so this is like at the very least it's makeup for it. Am I live? I am. Okay, we're good. We're good. Everything's good. But yeah, yeah, very. I don't have a plan. Well, I mean, I do have a plan. But it's like a very rough plan. So yeah, feel free to like ask anything. I'm sure people trickle in usually. Um, so yeah, I thought I'd talk about the weekend, talk about American Continentals. So for those who might not know what I'm talking about, so American Continentals happened last weekend. Oh, I don't need to open it here. Let's do. Where's my runner? Here it is. So American Continentals happened last weekend. We had how many people come? We had 94 players, which is great. Like awesome turnout. Played 10 rounds of single-sided Swiss, and then a top 16 on Sunday. And yeah, so I ended up finishing fourth in Swiss and then third in the cut. It was pretty good. I'll talk a lot in depth about what happened, but corp meta is a bit of a crapshoot right now, and I feel like you just have to. I don't think any of the corp decks are good. Okay, I don't think any corp deck is good. Like the Asa and I think PD, the Asa that I played, and like PD was kind of like the best of really bad options. And yeah, I'll elaborate more on the Asa and like what it does. I do plan on talking a bit at length about Asa. But yeah, you're kind of like rushing out, hope that like some tattoo tricks and Skunk Void can get you there. And if you don't win by turn 9 or 10, then you're probably losing. So, but yeah, finished fourth in Swiss, finished third overall. And I played this Lat deck, which I'm really, really excited about. And again, I'll talk about this as well. Hi, every time I forget how quiet your streams are. Oh, is it? Okay, so I can talk louder. I used to have a mic that I used, but I think like I got a comment one day saying that when I have the mic on, you can hear like my fridge. So then I stopped using the mic, and I think it's a little clearer, but like you just have to turn me up. Yeah, I missed the mic streams. I can start using that again, but not this summer. I can start using it again when I'm back in Vancouver. So right now I'm in Nanaimo. Nanaimo is a small town that's on Vancouver Island, and I'm basically just like renting out a friend's basement. And I'm living here in the summer and working at a law firm in Nanaimo. So I'm doing primarily family law and wills and estates. It's been really fun. I haven't started like I have started. I haven't started for too long, which isn't the sentence I should be making. I didn't start too long ago. So I started on the 28th of May. So I've only been working for about 2 weeks. And yeah, I've been enjoying it. It's been a good time. But it's also been quite hectic because like I came back from Thailand. I spent like 18 days in Thailand, and then I came back and just like we're going to work, we're prepping for American Continentals, and then like the whole weekend was American Continentals. So this is like my first weekend where nothing is going on. So it's pretty good. Also, I have like it's really cold here, but I have this like space heater, and it's really hard to like get the balance right. So I'm gonna go adjust that. Yeah. Yeah. So about the volume, like I'll try to talk louder because I know that it's like better for me to be too loud than to be too soft because you can always turn me down and it's like harder to turn me up sometimes. So yeah. Uh, Chris is asking how many cards did I make for Dawn? There is one card that is mine that will be coming out in Dawn. I hope I'm allowed to share that. I think I am. It's my card. But there is one card that is mine that's coming out in Dawn, which I'm quite excited about. But there's still like some balancing issues that need to be addressed. Yeah, well, I'll leave it there. We'll see what happens. So, okay, so I'll just like talk and I was gonna like play some Asa and play some Lat games in the background, and like really like my stream today I just wanted to like chat with people, answer questions, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I want to start with Asa because I've gotten some questions about Asa and I want to talk about what this deck does and talk about what this deck does and a bit about like overall game plan maybe, and just like show some games. Ziad's asking, how's the TFP stuff going? I play primarily with Fa, and you know, there's been like just like American Continentals, like a lot of our lives are like changing a lot recently, so we'll see how things settle. But like my interaction with Netrunner has been great. I mean, even with all like the doom and gloom about the corp meta, and I understand like a lot of people. That some people that I've talked to are like, man, I don't want to play the game because like the corp meta sucks. But like, I still view it as like it's still a puzzle that I need to figure out. So I'm still enjoying the game. Would love to see the Asa deck in action. Wondering if it's situated right in an Ari favored meta. Honestly, I think it is. The Asa can do a lot against Ari, but it's not great. Okay, but like. There is play. Like you can rush out Arasana, and you also can if you draw like in a way where you don't rush, then you can like block out Ari's value, and I think it's a big like a lot comes down to how you handle the moments and how you handle the matchup. So yeah, we'll talk about that. What's my favorite corp at the moment? None of them. I don't like any of the corps. Like I was like looking at the top 16, like looking at all of the decks in the top 16 and all of the specific deck lists in the top 16. I'm just talking about corps. Like I would play my Asa again. and like maybe PD instead of Asa. Because like in terms of like with the view of consistently doing well, right? Like not with the view of like that's a cool interaction. But there's like that's you know, you can like a deck for a variety of reasons, but from a competitive like consistency perspective, like I would play the Asa again. So okay. So the Asa deck. So this is like the same kind of like pretty much the same list that I played in Continentals. In fact, if you go to like the info, there's like a derived from, and then you can like open that link. And this is like the deck that I played at Intercontinentals last year. And essentially the only changes that I made to it was there's no Knobkiri now, so we're gonna cut the 2 Mavericks. You probably still want 1 or 2 because like you need Mavericks against the Amakua Crim matchups, like Amakua 419. You really need Mavericks because you really don't want to ice archives. But like there's so many other runners that you need to worry about. So I was like, I'm just gonna like if I run into an Amakua Crim, which I did in round 1, I'm just like we're gonna fight that battle and we'll probably lose that battle. But the deck is gonna be better against every other runner. So I cut the 2 Mavericks for a second Tatu. We cut the Hagen, and then I cut a hedge fund for the working prototype. And then we created a slot by cutting the Mavers for a second Tatu and cutting a Hagen. So then that made room for a second Bran and the Tranquility home grid, which I think are like great changes to the deck. I would play the exact same list card for card. Maybe you could cut the working prototype for a second Trank grid, because I really like the Trank grid, and working prototype is like hella awkward. It can be powerful, but it's awkward. Because you generally only want 2 remotes, and there's no room for this if you have other things that are sticking. But if you have other things that are sticking, then maybe you don't need working prototype, so maybe it's fine, you know? What's my favorite? And the Entangler. Yeah, like Entangler is like an issue. That it just like pushes you towards playing barriers, and it pushes you towards it just pushes you towards playing barriers. Okay, so what's like the thing is, I can't really this deck is like kind of like you're just using your Netrunner, like basic Netrunner principles of you're just gonna play your cards. Like get your Rashida down, get an end the run ice in front of it, fire that off, and then you're gonna establish more money. And like the second that you're like comfortable scoring, start scoring. Because again, you're really on a timer. You gotta score your agendas. If you don't score your agendas, and you start respecting the runner's central threats a little too much, then the agendas are just gonna get clogged in hand. Your scoring is gonna be too slow. And once the runner gets on top of you, like you're not getting out of that. It's really hard to get out of that. So this deck really requires you to just jam. Yeah, other than that, there's some tricks. Like Tatu Bola can enable a lot of tricks. So for example, in the second round of the cut, I played against Tuno, and I basically like put a Rashida behind a Tatu, and Tuno had a Bankar installed, and the Bankar was targeted onto that remote, and when a run was made, Bankar says that the Tatu sub becomes a do 1 net damage sub, so then we take a net damage and then pass the Tatu, and then we swap the Tatu with a piece of ice, and then I swapped in a Skunkworks, and then because the runner didn't have 2 clicks or 5 credits, then you have no choice but to bounce, and then I fired the Rashida. And like you can use Tatu to install unexpected upgrades, which is a big deal. Because usually if the corp has a single card in a remote, you're not expecting to have to deal with a skunk. And like that was like the main trick of this deck. So just like kind of like keep an eye out for that. But it's not a trick that you need to do. It was interesting to see you didn't go down the Hollow Man rabbit hole with this list. Yeah, it's just this influence is just more. It's just more compact in terms of my game plan. Like, yes, Hollow Man is a threat, and like you have to deal with that, but we just want to be a little bit more defensive because runners are on top of you, right? So Hollow Man lets you fast advance 3/2s is the only thing that Hollow Man like allows you to do that like you can't normally do, right? The other thing Hollow Man can do is you can like install it with the agenda, but what Hollow Man is doing in that situation is it's just like improving your ability to score the agenda given that it's safe. But the problem is like we need to make sure it's safe, and I would prefer to have cards that make sure my agendas are safe, like Tatu and Void. And then I'll just like be a little worse actually scoring the agenda, but at least I get it scored. Yeah, so I think in that way, like Hollow Man is like a bit more, is a bit like win more. But like, you know, Hollow Man is really good. I'm not saying Hollow Man's a win more card. But I think like compared to Void and Tatu, it enables you, like Void and Tatu enables you to score the agendas, whereas Hollow Man helps you score them once they're like in a scoreable position. Yeah, so I'm just gonna jam this. I think that's like the best way to go about it. Is I'm just gonna play, and yeah, like please feel free to like ask me anything. It doesn't have to be about Asa. I'll talk about Lat just like while I play Asa if I have nothing else to do. And yeah, I love this Lat deck. I worked on the Lat deck. Here, I'm just gonna talk about Lat in the background. I worked on the Lat deck for like the last month ish, and yeah, it's amazing. Oh, I don't think I need to do this. I think I have it here. Yeah. Except I realized that it's a V3. Yeah, I worked on the Lat deck for a long time. Like it's got such a lean breaker suite, and it fits itself into the meta quite well, I think. And I have a lot of fun playing this deck. So I definitely will play some Lat games this stream. I'm not going to pull up the deck list because I don't know. Let's just chat. And if you want to have the deck list pulled up, you can open it on NetRunnerDB. I like the Hollow Man lines where you chain 4/2s, but that's very much conditional on having a safe remote. I agree. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go. All right, we got Alex. So like this is just like how do I zoom in here? Control plus. There we go. Oh, this is a replay. So yeah, just mulligan for Rashida and end the run ice. So we've got Rashida, we got Gatekeeper, keep the hand. Who or what will win West Cannats? Very good. How'd I do? Very good. Who or what will win West Cannats? We could just ice everything. I mean, I kind of want to like take a credit, so let's like go like this. Could get trick shotted, or we could leave the luminal open. I think I'm fine with this. We're gonna hold the fully up, be a little greedy. Well, I am gonna fly in for West Cannat, so I sure hope that the answer to that question is me. Oh, we're running? Ugh. So we like bottom one of these cards and like steal a luminal. Oh, I guess we could bottom both. No, we wouldn't bottom both the cards because then we can like run HQ last click. Or we'd run HQ on click 3. The problem is here, we don't want to res both Gatekeepers, or do we? You know what? Wait, let's just res. We're going to have way too many cards in hand, but it's fine. Okay, we're getting entangled. That's fine. That means we're not getting entangled over here. So this is fine. Yeah, so Canadian Nationals is next weekend, which is also APAC Continentals, which is sad. I would like to play in APAC. I mean, like, I want to play in every tournament I can, but I won't be able to. So I am sad about that, but we got a Canadian Nationals to win. Also, I will say, I have a win rate. I have a win record to maintain. I've played in 3 Nationals level events, and I have won all of them. So I have a 100% Nationals win record. I clicked no further action. So I need to like keep this win record, keep it up, you know? Oh wow, we are running the other one. All right. Let's draw a bunch of cards. I think we keep the off-world. Yeah. This is good. This is good. Also, the Entangler is now like on the Gatekeeper, which is fine. So here we're just like installing a second remote, installing the off-world in here, and then playing the fully op. We can do that with the Tattoo if we want. So we can go boom. So we can go install, res the wage, install off-world, install void, play the fully op. And then we gain 4 and draw 2 cards, or we probably just gain 6. Yeah, we just gain 6 here. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind this. It's aggressive. It's like it is hella aggressive, but I don't mind it, I think. We could install the Spin Doctor instead, actually. Maybe we do that. Because I don't think he's going to contest the off-world. Nah. This is fine. Like, you gotta keep in mind that, like, runners are, like, they need to have the perfect cards in their hand to contest these cards. And the void is, like, a little bit of insurance. Yeah, so, Canadian Nationals, happening next weekend. I have some friends in Edmonton, like, which is where I grew up. And I have some friends in Edmonton who are going to be driving down. I think, like, at least one of them is going to be driving down, and I'm so excited to like spend the weekend with them. It's going to be so much fun. Alex runs R&D, rips another 2-pointer. That's really unfortunate, but that's life. That's the thing, right? Like, we don't have the time to put another ice on R&D at the moment. Okay. Also, we have to, like, Alex is not playing, like, 70 cards or 65. I think there was, like, a 47 card deck. So I'm not expecting there to be World Tree here. So we're kind of just playing, like, a more reg Arisana, with no World Tree. Pecha? Oh, it's just... Oh, we're just using the trick shot money? Sure. I might override this. But the thing is, like, Gatekeeper still costs $2 to, like, Fizzarum through. So, it's kind of fine. We can just... Can we Ikawa? I'd like to score. We can, like, Ikawa, Tattoo. We can't, really. We have to Nico. Okay, so we're just, like, installing a couple cards. Hopefully we draw an ice, and then we can put it on HQ. So, like, we just gotta keep the threats rolling out the door. Which is install, res to draw, pick up a piece of ice. We're going to trash the Gatekeeper for the magnet, and then we got the hedge fund, which is perfect. Get the Nico. There's no drafter about. We could pop the spin if we want, like, fully up and skunk back. I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. Let's do that. I kind of want the gatekeeper too, but we'll take the skunk. Okay. We kind of do want to score. We want to score next turn, ideally. So I guess we can just, like, install this. We might just, like, install a bunch of assets here. If I draw something. It's not really what I'm looking for. It's not bad, though. We can put, like, drafter on top of a Nico and then play the fully op. Again, usually I don't have more than 2 iced remotes. Maybe this is a situation where we do that. It might be. It might be. Or we could just play the fully op. We could just, like, install Nico naked even. But then we just, like, get this card down. Like, nah, we do this. We do this. Install Nico, install this. Which means I need to zoom out. Then we just play this fully op. Beautiful. Yay, Soccer Stream. I've been enjoying Lat. At first I was like, what the fuck is this Breaker Suite? Now I'm like, bang bang revolver, you're dead. Amazing. I love to hear that. It's great. It is great. Last click run HQ. That's fine. Let's not reveal HQ ice information. Okay. So we saw Ikawa project, which is fine. We're just going to jam that right now. So let's go install. We could install 3 cards and then advance once. If we go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then advance, it'd leave me with 2 cards in hand, which I think is good enough. We want to put the brand on the outside. So let's go install server 1. Nico gets trashed, put the brand on the outside. We want to put a ice on R&D. We probably just put 2 ice on R&D and then just advance. And I think I want the magnet on the inside. So we go magnet and then drafter or gatekeeper. Probably gatekeeper. They're both good. I guess we go drafter just because of subtypes. Yeah. And the gatekeeper can go in the remote, which will be more relevant. So we'll put the gatekeeper on R&D. We'll just, like, hit that once. Okay. Yeah, the Lat deck, I love the Lat deck. The Breaker Suite is amazing. Like, Wiki Fa, who I've been playing a lot with, it was her idea for the revolver. Like, I was just, like, really hating Echelon. And I was like, man, what breaker should I play? And then we were just, like, looking through breakers, and then she was like, man, like, maybe we play revolver. And I'm like, yeah, okay. So that was it. That was certainly the right choice. Okay, so we lost the void, but we want the drafter because this just costs money. Also, we don't have clicks left, so we can't steal the Ikawa project. So this is not a run for the Ikawa. We do want to protect our Nico campaign because this is money that's coming in. We'll see what he decides to do here. I'm also excited to see the boring yak in action. Didn't catch it on stream. Yeah, I definitely am gonna play the Lat. I want to play the Asa and the Lat. Again, I've been getting questions about both. Just about general gameplay and, like, how to navigate matchups. And I think the best way is just play and just to, like, see what decisions I make. Yeah, is probably, like, the best way to do this. Sure. Um, and the other thing is, oh, yeah, that's fine. I will install a gatekeeper. I'm gonna pay $4 for the wage, and then I'm gonna reinstall it, and everything's gonna be fine. This gatekeeper is probably fine for the wage, so we can just like, so here this is just about like optimizing your turn planning. Like this is nothing to do with Asa, and has everything to do with just optimizing turn planning. So at the start of this turn, I'm like, we can't score the Ikawa, obviously. So I want to install the wage. I want to get another counter on the Ikawa, so that next turn we can go advance the Ikawa 3 times, wage click, put a new agenda in the remote. And we're also going to mandatory draw and Nico draw. So I'm kind of just like, it's these like small micro decisions of like optimizing my ability to score that I think is like really the important part of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw and then install and then advance, I think is the plan. Okay. But yeah, you're just like optimizing micro decisions, and like it's just, this is what I mean when I say like, when people ask you like, how do you play the deck? To me, that means, what does this deck do that's super unique that other decks don't? And like, it's sometimes I find that it's really hard for me to answer those questions about the decks that I build, because most of the time the decks that I build, a big part of playing the deck is just playing general Netrunner. So as we had planned, triple advance, we're going to install the Offworld. Would have loved to draw an upgrade there, but we didn't, so such is life. Oh, we could have installed the Tattoo. That's fine. 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we probably could have installed the Tattoo. It's okay. Yeah, so we're just like, just playing Netrunner. Like, optimize your turns, optimize your future turns. And I think like that's really what people need to focus on, especially if you're like a newer player. I've had a couple like newer players message me, and I think especially when you're new, don't focus too much about the deck. Like just get a deck that doesn't. I would suggest getting my decks, and like, not just because I'm like saying that people should play my decks. Like, I think the decks that all the decks that I play and that I build are like, they're not decks that like do anything crazy. Like we're not like, you know, trying to score agendas with Regenesis and playing punitive for 6 meat damage, or like I'm not like trying to neurospike you, or I'm not like trying to like get this weird combo where I'm like using Hearts and Mind to advance a clearinghouse. Like the most of my decks are like kind of just like reg fundamental Netrunner decks, and the decks are good because it allows you as the player to make decisions against the specific player and the specific deck that's sitting across from you. And to me, like, that's like the fundamental core of playing Netrunner, and that's what I like the most about it. When did this Botulus go on this drafter? I missed that. We've got another magnet. Host 1 installed Trojan program on a piece of ice protecting the attacked server. Okay, well, it's still a Trojan. So does magnet make Ika not a Trojan? No, right? It's still a Trojan. I'm pretty sure. Okay. Okay, yeah. So essentially, wait, why are we spraying on HQ? Shouldn't we be spraying on the remote? I don't know. It's fine. No action. Yeah, so like focus on playing focus less on playing the deck and focus more about like just playing Netrunner. Optimize your turn, optimize your future turn, and that's like really what the Lat deck is. Like this deck is too, but like it's really what the Lat deck is all about, and I really love the Lat deck. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna play that. I'm definitely gonna play another game of Asa. Hector asks, "Yay, soccer stream! Yo, congrats on your finish in American Continentals. That's amazing." Fire. I guess we'll install Gatekeeper is fine. Yeah, Hector asks, "Congrats! I understand you're from Toronto." Okay. Yeah, gonna keep going. Okay. Here, let me catch up on stream or on chat. Perfect consolation on the second screen for being dragged back to work on a perfect Saturday. Oh yeah, Corp is evil. Yeah. Just don't look at Sokka's CBI 2023 decks. I played Nanocivic Grid Egg Infusion. I mean, Nanocivic Grid Egg Infusion was still just like a reg Corp deck. It just like had a really good upgrade in it. Oh, that deck played like Nightmare Archives. And then on the runner side, I don't remember what I played on the runner side. Can confirm, learning standard Netrunner from former carry Skunk Stegodon Asa decks leads one to weird places. Yeah, Toronto's been nice to me. Amazing. Yeah, Toronto's got a good meta. Got some really good people there. Yeah, learning standard Netrunner from former carry Skunkworks Stegodon Asa decks leads one to weird places. Yeah, like I think like for newer players, like pick a reg deck, like play the Lat deck I just posted. Like if you want to learn how to run, I highly recommend the Lat deck. Because it's I'll talk more about it when I play the deck, but I feel like it's like really focused on Netrunner fundamentals, and it'll teach you Netrunner fundamentals because that's what you're like forced to focus on. And like there's a new player. I'm gonna put Redemptor on this, or was it Redemptor? Okay, maybe it wasn't. So let me take that back. There's a new player who. What do we do here? We're against Sable. We go Nico, Magnet, Spin Doctor, Res Spin Doctor, install Ice on HQ. Is there any ice I don't want to put on HQ? Ansel. I think that's the risk we take. And if they diversion, we'll just res a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Like the thing is, we just have to go. Like we can't like put Magnet on HQ and then like let the Nico campaign get trashed. So we just got to do this, and we whiffed, so that's fine. We'll just like put this out in a new remote, and like we'll figure it out. And if the next turn's like click for 3 with wage workers, so be it. What was I saying? Yeah, so like the Lat deck is like focused on Netrunner fundamentals, and there's nothing the Lat deck is doing that's like not normal Netrunner. Like I think, not to put any shade on Arasana, but like Arasana is a non-normal runner. Like the ability to install something during a run with your ID and like the whole Trojan dance is not like, I don't know. You're just like you're learning how to play Arasana, but like the amount that you're learning like normal Netrunner principles is like you're still learning a bit, but like not as much as you would playing the Lat. Yeah, I saw a new player the other day. I want to say like a couple weeks ago now, where they I guess I popped this. I hate that. We trashed a Spin Doctor? Yeah, okay, I guess I popped this. Um, I saw a new player who built their own deck. Okay, which is already something that like, it's fine. Like, build decks, explore the deck building, and like that's like an important part of the game. But like, I think I would highly encourage just like playing the game and like playing with pre-built decks first before building your own deck. Um, what are we doing here? Like drawing. Ooh. I think Drafter HQ is fine. Like Drafter HQ, take a credit. Or we can draw again. I'll draw again. So I could res this. I don't mind Skunk HQ because it's Sable. I don't mind Skunk HQ. Ugh. We could res this and then go Skunk. No, I don't want to res that though. Okay, we're just gonna do this. Some people will trash unres wage workers, and like I'd rather not pay 2 to res that now. Yeah, so I'd suggest like picking up a deck, because building your own deck is like really, really hard, and learning to deck build and learning to like play the game at the same time is just a huge ask. So I'd highly recommend not doing that. But yeah, I saw a new player who was like trying to learn how to play the game, and they built their own deck, and they built an Arasana deck. And I'm like, man, that's like a lot of things that I think are like all contributing to like a difficulty learning the game. What am I doing here? I mean, just like, I could install fully up. Don't really want to res the ablative though. I can just put the ablative on the wage and then fully up. Don't mind that. We just take it slow. Like, I can score behind the magnet next turn, so let's just do that. We go like this, play the fully up, let's draw, let's gain money. I would have loved to get another ice for R&D, but such is life, I guess. We're just taking a credit. I hate that. You don't want to take a credit here. But that's what we're doing. I could put the void in the remote. Yeah, okay. Let's put the void in the remote. Because next turn we could like install this and like put an ice on top of it. So we've already got like something with our Asa trigger next turn. Yeah, so we're not wasting anything here. We're just ripping agendas off the top of R&D, eh? All right. It does gain them a credit on this penny shaver, so it is a fine run to be making. Okay. We drew Skunk. That's fine. I'll take that. So we go... I could click for 3 and then install 2. I could also just advance this. Install, 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 install spin. And then advance? Yeah, okay. We're just trying to get like, make efficient use of our clicks. So we're just going to install a bunch of stuff and then like advance this. And like advancing is good here because again, we're going to triple advance, score, and then we have 1 click left. So we can, if we don't find another agenda, we can just put the Nico in there, which we don't love, but it's better than nothing. It was Tree Woo, another reg deck. 78 cards too. Why not res Skunk there? Ooh. That's... Do we res spin? Or we just like take the drafter and be happy with it? Yeah, I don't want to like spin into an agenda. So let's just take the drafter, because we could like spin into a piece of ice and then we could install the Nico with a piece of ice. It's fine. I so I don't res spin there. I don't res skunk there. I think because I didn't have that much money. I think I had like 3 credits. Choose a card to add to HQ. Choose a card to install. Like I think I'll res the skunk now. Maybe only maybe. Honestly, only maybe. I didn't have that much money. And like, if I res skunk and they pay 2 clicks, I'm essentially just like paying $2 to make them lose 2 clicks. And I value my credits more at that moment. I think I will res it now, though. I think I will res it now. Because they don't have a way to get through the magnet, so if they like click through this, it's like costing them a click because they get the Sable click. Well, it's costing them 2 clicks because they're gonna like get the Sable click regardless. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't have that much money at the time, and you don't know what you're gonna draw. Like if you draw a hedge fund, you're gonna want those $2 back. And like just having the skunk there means that if they diversion, then you're guaranteed, like, then it's going to be really awkward. So they can't diversion. They can, but, like, it's just awkward if they do. Did I res spin? Are we going to play scared? I think we are. Okay. Now we're going to lose, right? Okay. Oh, man. Tattoo. That's good. Rashida's also really good. Okay, so we just score this. And we'll just like Rashida with the Tattoo. We could get doofed, but I think this is what we're doing. And we're just gonna keep leaving R&D open. Cause like I can't take a turn. Like I can't forgo the Rashida just to put like an ice on R&D. I think we just take that risk. It's kind of close in this situation because like I feel like I am recovering and we're getting into a decent spot. But like if no Rashida, like our turns are going to be a little slow because next turn we're just going to like install Rashida and do nothing. So like we'll risk the single access on R&D in exchange for a much more active next few turns. Oh, I forgot the Trank Grid. God damn it. I forgot the Trank Grid. Who let me do that? Man, I just like missed out on $1, on $2. Oh, that's so bad. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I'll res this. We'll just like put... I could put Nico in a new remote. I won't have enough money to res it though. If I Trank Grid it, I would. Dang it. I could Trank Grid now. Oh, man. I think we just put Skunk on HQ. Let's just res this, put Skunk on HQ. Do we Gatekeeper on top? Maybe? We don't need to. We don't need to, because I think like if we draw an agenda, it's gonna go in the remote, so we don't need to. And we didn't draw an agenda. Okay, so I guess we're playing operations now. Sure. Okay, there's an agenda. I could Biotic if I want this Wage Workers click, but no, it's not worth it. We're just gonna not play the hedge fund, I think. We're gonna double ice R&D and like not play the hedge fund. So we just like We want the brand on the remote here. Maybe, but yeah. So we'll go... Which face check is better? Well, the boomerang will probably be on the inner ice, right? So we go like magnet, and then gatekeeper, and then we'll put this in server 1, and we won't play the hedge fund. Yeah. Oh. We forgot the Trankard again. It's okay. It's okay. I'm so distracted. Is now Skunk R&D time? It could have been Skunk R&D, but like Skunk HQ blocks like makes diversions more awkward. Like we know that they have an HQ run event that is a replacement. So if they want a diversion, they need to first trash the skunk, or they need to like diversion through the skunk. So it's better value. That's so bad. Like we keep forgetting to res this Trankard. It's so bad. Oh, man. Come on. Oh, man. I should have just resed it when I resed the Rashida. I thought about that, too. I was like, ooh, I should res the Trankard now so I don't forget. But I was like, I'm not going to forget. Then we forgot. So now we delay the score because we only have $2. So we're just like clicking for 3 and installing. We're just clicking for 3 and playing hedge fund. And like our board is doing great, so we're not in a rush to score this Vitruvius. We can seamless the Vitruvius to get. We're running really aggressively. You can trash the spin if you want. Yeah, they're running really aggressively, which, like, they have no cards in hand, so it's, like, the best they can do is break sentries. They have 1 more diversion left, so, like, I'm in a much better spot than the runner is right now. So we're doing good. Huh. Yeah, okay. So I guess we're just, like, getting 2 Vitruvius counters. It's fine. Value murdered. Yeah, really was. It's very sad. Oh, I can probably zoom in again. Hey, let's get it a little bigger. Also, am I like talking okay? Sometimes I've been speaking kind of softly, and because I'm forgetting. Also, just so we're clear, if I had drawn an agenda there, then it's not a very, like, you don't just do what I did, maybe. Like, we might have instead just, like, triple... Yeah, we definitely would have just triple advanced the Vitruvius, res the Trankard, and installed the agenda that we drew with the Void, because why not? You actually don't need the Void, because... Oh, actually, no, because we wouldn't have had Vitruvius counters. So here's, like, the trick, right? If the runner pinholes the Void, we can tattoo the Void back into the remote with the Vitruvius counter. Of course, we have another Vitruvius. We have another Void in hand right now, but, you know. Okay. That sucks. Drawing 2 agendas at once sucks. But that's... Here we are. So we're going to res this. We're going to install... We probably don't need to Asa this. So we won't. And we just, like, put a ablative on HQ. Just go like this. Trankard, gain 2. Say done. Put an ablative on HQ. I could void HQ with the ablative. But, like... I don't know. Maybe we could have done that. Maybe we're that far ahead that we can do that. I don't know. They have to break ablative. They have to, like, install Kurapira, run HQ, break the ablative. break the drafter and then hit a 1 in 5. Whereas like if I put the void, then I could like trigger the void, and then that cost me a whole other 2 credits and 2 cards, and I'm probably still doing fine. So yeah, I think I should have put the void on HQ actually. So yeah, so this was a mistake because our board is like really good, but luckily they didn't draw Group Hero, they drew Unity. So we can... I think we just like gain, just like do this and like put, I could put Skunk on HQ, but we don't need that. I'll just take $2, I think. I just take $2 off the Skunk. Off the Trank grid is fine. Yeah, the Trank grid's really good. That's why I'm like, maybe we cut stuff for it. Oh, I could have put the Skunk on R&D. Should have, maybe. It's fine. I thought the thought crossed my mind, and I was like, oh, we'll just take the money. I don't know. I'm okay to just res here and just like click for credits because they're not threatening anything, so this is fine. It's like I'll just res and this is okay. And just pick up like fully up and play it maybe. Oh. Yeah. We just chill. I could have... Yeah, I guess I'm not playing like super well right now actually, because we could have like picked up Seamless Events Score, install Off-World, we're at $2, and then we like use the Vitruvius counters. Yeah, we're not playing very well. I like deserve to lose this game. Yikes. Everybody close your eyes. The sound is okay for me after turning the usual settings up to 150 and hoping for no notification sounds. Ah. Audio levels are good. Thank you. Yeah, that was a mistake. I should be like more worried about R&D, and I'm not. So we really should be. Boom. Put this in here. Trigger the Trank grid. Say done. I can put this on R&D. And then just like click for 2 credits. It's not quite GG, but it's GG next turn. Yeah, I could have locked this down a lot better. Like ablative the Skunk onto R&D when I res the ablative was definitely the right play. Yeah. And I should have put the void on HQ too on that turn where I installed the ablative. So it should have been like a void on HQ and a Skunk on R&D, but I was not thinking enough there. I'm thinking, what time is it? It's 3. I do want to switch to the Lat, and I do want to like open room for doing other things. Yeah. By the way, like, yeah, if you're in chat and you just like have, like, I really like, I'm just trying to focus on chat interaction today. So, like, I'm gonna play games in the background, but yeah, if you have like questions about the decks, questions about the tournament, about the meta, please do sound off. Oh, we're just gonna keep running? I will keep firing this. I can Vitruvius 2 cards and trigger it again, and then still have $4 to score the Off-World. Which 2 cards should I pick up? 2 Spin Doctors or 2 Fully Ops? I think there's like too much of a delay and nobody's going to be able to answer the question before I'm actually prompted to do it. So that's unfortunate. It's going to be Spin Doctors. All right. And it was a Gatekeeper anyways. GG. Yeah, it was a very aggressive game. Very aggressive game. So I should have been like better at protecting my centrals there. I was not. One of each? No, one of each is not the right answer. One of each is not the right answer. If you were to build PD at the moment, would it just be the same reg PD Rotom brought to cons? Oh yeah, I could talk about PD. Would love to hear your take on the current meta or what might happen over the next month. Okay, so I'm gonna go one at a time. Yeah, I'll take a bit of a game break. So here's my PD. This is what Wikinometry played on the weekend. She is in Thailand, and she like the tournament started at like 10 p.m. for her. So it was like really bad time zone wise. And she was 5 wins and 3 losses after round 8. So she needed 2 more wins to make the cut. And unfortunately, she lost in round 9, I believe, and then ended up dipping before round 10. So to go to sleep because it was like 6 or 7 a.m. So yeah, so she played this. This is what I would play. Like. I think I don't like Regolith. Like Rotom has been like someone who likes to play Regolith. I really don't like Regolith. Bridgman and I were actually talking about this right before I started my stream. Is that like Regolith is so slow and I like never like clicking it. So I usually play my PDs without Regolith. I mean I don't play PD really, but like when I do, I don't play Regolith. This deck is really good. I've been really liking it. There's like maybe instead of the Corporate Hospitality, I would just play like a third Greasing the Palm or a second Vovo. And just be really lean on credits. I prefer playing PD this way much more. Bridgman and I were talking earlier about like playing YDL. I think that's a very good thing to look into. But like it cuts into like the Skunk Void trick, which I don't want to do. And sometimes border control is like, if you're really rushing hard, like border control can be really, really good. Yes, there's only 1 Spin Doctor. It's fine. Like, I think ideally you want 2 Spin Doctors and you don't want 3. But you know, such is influence. Yeah, I think you could very well like play some YDLs in here. Like, you could play like a second spin, cut a border, and then you can play like that's 1 YDL, and then you could like maybe even cut a void and play 2 more YDLs, and then. But the problem is like, their YDL is a really efficient econ card, but like the deck's econ is like, I think it's like decent. It's not amazing. It's not amazing, and some games are super tight. I would like more econ. So yeah, maybe we play like 1 border control and like second spin and a YDL. This deck has 14 ice, and like usually PDs only play 13, so I think like this could be a very reasonable change to the deck. Maybe I'll make it right now actually. Is just like cut a border, put in a second spin, put in a digital life, and cut the Corporate Hospitality. Like, this also seems very reasonable. Yeah. I would play something like this. I would love a second YDL. Don't know how we would fit that. You don't want 3 spins, and like I think the board control is good. Like, it's good to have a 1 of. So that's where I'm at for PD. Again, if I were to play in a tournament right now and I'm like, I want to be consistent and I want to do well, it's either this PD or it's the Asa. Like I looked at like all the corps that showed up in the top 16 of American Continentals, and I'm like, I would play Asa or PD, 100%. The other thing I was going to change actually is I think I am convinced that I want a Trank grid instead of the working prototype. Yeah. So I think especially based off the 2 games I just played, 2 Trank grid, no working prototype seems much better. Like, for those who've been watching, like, the last 2 games I played, I never in that game did I want to draw working prototype. Like, you just don't have time for that. Like, I don't want to spend time clicking a regolith, and that's what working prototype is, unless it gets to 5 counters. And like the Trank grid is just amazing. So it's consistent. Yeah. So I'm gonna like make these edits in as I'm talking so I don't forget them, just in case I play. Okay. Next question. Would love to hear your take on the current meta or what might happen over the next month or so. Man, okay. I don't know what'll happen in the next month or so. It really depends on if the banlist team does anything. I imagine they won't because they just did something. But like the community is going to be calling for it, so maybe they will. But like I imagine they won't do anything until after Intercontinentals, and I'm not totally sure when that is. I think it's like next month. My take on the current meta, the Corp is miserable. Corp is just miserable. I enjoy playing Runner. Well, the thing is, like, I enjoy playing Netrunner. So, like, Corp is miserable, but I enjoy playing Netrunner. So, like, it's, you know, you deal with it. I really love this deck. The Lat deck is something I'm having lots of fun with. It's really fun to play. Like, Corp is really just something that, like, I guess I'm just, like, I'm figuring it out, and we're going to find, like, decks that are kind of consistent, kind of, like, give me an opportunity to, like, play slightly better, and hopefully that carries me through to the necessary wins. None of the Corps feel good. It does feel like a lot of people playing Corp right now are, like, playing some kind of, like they're winning either, like, I'm going to try to draw like a god and rush you out in the first opening few turns. Or, like, by turn 6 or 7, like, the Corp's plan is to be in a position where they have either already won the game or have set themselves up so that they can, like, they only need to score one more agenda. It seems like most Corps are like that, or there's, like, some kind of cheesy plan going on. So yeah, so we can go through, like, all of the top 16 if you want, and, like, what I just said fits right in there. Like, some notable highlights are like as I like HB, like PD, Sports Metal, and Asa are, like, the rush decks, right? Where, like, I'm gonna go fast, like, to varying degrees. Like, some are trying to win, like, super fast, and I mean, really, like, yeah, we're all just, like, trying to rush super fast. Some of the Sports Metals are playing Amani, and, like, that kind of, like, that's a trick deck. Like, that's just, like, I'm trying to, like, cheese you into, like, installing a lily pad on turn 1, and I'm gonna, like, score this naked hyperloop that I installed turn 1 and Amani bounce it, which is an inconsistent way of winning a game in Netrunner. Like, and then you've got, like, the Restoring Humanity deck, which is a Sisyphus Protocol, like, Sisyphus Protocol, Helheim Servers deck, which is, like, that's super real. That's, like, but it's, like, it's real cheese, okay? Like, I can install a Helheim Servers and put, like, a Sisentan there, and if I score Sisyphus Protocol, then I can boost the Sisentan to 12 strength, and, like, now you're gonna die. That's threatening, but, like, if I know what's going on, then, like, it's not gonna work. But this is a real deck. People should respect it, but it's like a cheese deck. Same thing with the Asmaris. Like the Asmari is like, I'm gonna like get a bunch of gear checks and like jam this re-education and near respect you. Like also a cheese deck. And then like, yeah, most decks fit into that category. And if it doesn't fit in that category, like the PE, the Egg Infusion, the Built to Last, the Ishuak, and the Ob, and the Egg Infusion, like the Augustus's Egg Infusion has some like putative cheese in it, but like all these other decks that I just listed are like, I don't know. I think they can get broken down pretty easily against somebody who knows what they're doing, and they don't. Yeah, they don't address matchups well enough that I would like bring it to a tournament. So, court meta is miserable. Thoughts on the OTG ID spread today? 3 out of 32 Anarch, out of which 2 Hosh. Yeah. I haven't looked at that. I can pull it up while I keep talking. But I don't know. Like I think Anarch, that's surprising. 3 out of 32 Anarch. Like the Hashiko is really good. Like this. Sorry. This deck is really good. This is my version of the Turbine Hashiko deck. And I think like this deck is really good. What I don't like about this deck is this deck plays itself too much. Like we're like setting up our stuff with price, and like to me, man, I just price is like sometimes it's really good and sometimes it's not good, and like you're also forced to install the things that you price. Like you're not forced to as in it's a must, but like you just do it because it's good value. So like sometimes you'll have somebody who like installs a barrier and then installs something on top to block Bankar, and like you're sitting there and you're playing the price and you're like doing all this stuff, and like if you install Turbine Echelon Buzzsaw and you need to break an ice wall, like guess what? You're not getting through the ice wall. So like I've won a couple games against Hosh where I just like rushed behind a certain subtype and they like installed everything but that icebreaker type, which is not like something that my opponent did wrong. That was just like the way that their deck was lined up. There's like some randomness in here that makes it a little inconsistent, but like it's still very consistent. Yeah, like if I wasn't playing the Lat deck and like I didn't work on the Lat deck that I really like, then I'd probably be playing this. Could there be a lethal last turn where you had the Luminal installed, something double biotic the offworld? No, because I was broke. I think I started that turn with like, oh, I had 9 credits. Well, no, I can't. Yeah, it's like to double biotic and offworld, you need 12. So no. Gotta run. Thanks for the stream. Always fun to see you play. Hey, yeah, thanks for dropping by. I kept trying to find 1x slot for Helheim to deal with Hosh. Yeah, that's the other thing about this is like, the only reason this deck isn't doing well, the only reason this deck is not doing well, is because people are like preparing for this. So they're like, it's completely warping the corp meta. Every single mid-range reg corp deck is like not good, or like late game corp deck is not good. Like you have to put some kind of trick in your deck if you want the game to go long. So yeah, like the thing is like, even if you do fit that 1x Helheim to deal with Hashiko in your deck, like I don't know, like I hope you draw that Helheim when you do play against Hosh. So which is like, you know, it's better than having no Helheim. But yeah, 1x spin is interesting. Yeah, that's just an influence thing. again, I think the deck, you want to have two. I think three is too many Spin Doctors for PD, because you just like end up drawing them and you don't really want them. But I think you do want two, just so that like when your first one shows up, it's like it's not the only one you have. So like it gives you a little bit more wiggle room against like Esa. Eric was suggesting Corp being orthogonal is a bad sign on Andre's stream. How should we think about that? So Eric was on Andre's stream and seeing Corp being orthogonal is a bad sign. Okay, so what does orthogonal mean in like a Netrunner context? We're gonna like Google what this word means. Orthogonal meaning. Nope, does not compute. Somebody tell me what orthogonal means in a Netrunner sense. Don't know what that means. I have heard it before. Like people say that about Netrunner, and I just kind of like shrug it off and be like, I don't know what that means, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Yeah, I'd love. What does Corp being orthogonal mean? Warlock doing well with pretty much your BTL Worlds list is interesting in the field. Doesn't have the best Shaper matchup. Okay. That's true. But like I don't like I don't know. Like I think like a lot of it is matchup is like what matchups did we get? Like I think if we like, I'm willing to bet that if I clicked through the rounds in Swiss, like, Warlock played the BTL and made it to the cut, but like, that's not like, we can't consider the field too much. Like, it's just like, I think Warlock didn't beat any of the players that we like, or any of the decks that we think are bad matchups. So like would love to see this. So Warlock played Runner in the first round. Played Corp in the second round and played against Esa. Great matchup, right? Esa's a great matchup for the BTL. Okay, so we got a great matchup round 2. Round 3, we ran. Round 4, we corped against Toshiko and we lost. Round 5, we ran. Round 6, we corped against Arasana. So like sometimes you can beat Arasana because like you can rush them out with a clearinghouse. But that's like your only line, and sometimes that'll happen. So like this was like a pretty critical game for like this player's performance, I think. But you know, does it mean that BTL is good against Arasana? No, it just means that we won that one game. Like I had a 100% Arasana win rate at Worlds. So yeah, like sometimes you can rush them out. The fact that we did it twice is like okay, now it's getting impressive. So we did beat an Arasana twice. Yeah, but again, like there is play there. Like you rush a clearinghouse, and like I don't know, like Arasanas, especially like the Arasanas that are playing 2 Entanglers and they think they can Entangler through everything, and then they like half your deck is barriers. Yeah. And then round 9. Round 8, they ran. Round 9, lost against Esa. And then round 10, we ran. So yeah, I guess like yeah, like the BTL beat 2 Arasanas. But it's like it's a tough matchup. It is a tough matchup. I think orthogonal means equal, similar weight, planning to score and kill in the context. Might just mean non-reg in the context Eric is using it. So what Stock is referring to is cheesy. Yeah. That sounds right. Corp being orthogonal. Okay, so wait, really? I don't know. I will stick with cheesy. Perhaps this is not the correct word to use for this context. Cheesy is more correct. Yeah. And it 100% is a bad sign. Like, yeah, I think it's a bad sign. And like that just means that like runners are like when you're playing a fair game, like runners are not doing it. Or sorry, like when you're playing a fair game, corps are not doing it. The runners are like too good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I've call them gotcha decks. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Call them gotcha decks. That's exactly what it is a gotcha deck. Especially like I think for me, like what is like the cream of the crop gotcha deck is a neurospike deck. Cream of the crop gotcha deck is a neurospike deck because well like not neurospike decks in general, but like re-education neurospike out of Asmari specifically. I think over the last year, like all Asmari decks kind of like shifted towards being re-education neurospike, and like there's very few decks that came out of Asmari that was not that. Like obviously at CBI I played 6 Mari with Echo Chamber and it wasn't neurospike. But like I'm talking more like for those who are playing prior to hard-hitting news rotating, Asmari was like you could do a lot of different things with Asmari. And Asmari was just a good NBN ID, and NBN was good, and you can play a lot of different types of NBN. And at that point in time, Neurospike Asmari for me was like the premium gotcha deck because when you roll up against NBN, you have to respect hard-hitting news. So there was this game that I played. I think it was against NB Kelly in APAC of 2021 or 2022. Don't remember. I think it was 2022, and I was like respecting everything, right? Like you gotta respect hard-hitting news. You need to like hard-hitting news was the main thing. Like every single time you like interacted, can I deal with hard-hitting news? Can I deal with econ hard-hitting news? And then they like, scored a re-education and then neurospiked me. And that's like the gotcha deck. But the problem with gotcha decks is once I know what you're up to, then it's like I can like systematically break down your deck and like completely crush the game. And that's why like I shy away from playing those decks myself, is because I don't want that to be the case. So gotcha decks are really good for making the cut. But once we have open deck lists, and once you're like inside a cut with everybody is like a pretty good player and they have open deck list information critically, then it becomes really hard to win games with those decks. And I think in that very tournament, when I'm pretty sure it was NB Kelly. Like I lost to them in Swiss, and then once we got to the cut, I looked at his deck list. And NB Kelly's deck list had like gear check, 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 and there's no hard-hitting news. So now I can like poke absolutely everything, like make your econ situation miserable, not be scared of hard-hitting news, and I can just like completely roll you over, which I think was what happened. So that's like, which is like not good because, yeah, it's not good for the balance of the game, and I think a lot of the times when people look at the balance of the game and they look at win rates, they're like, well, the win rate in Swiss was like really corp favored, and like, this is a very good point to be making, is that why was the win rate in Swiss really corp favored? And I assume the win rate in the cut was runner favored. But like, the reason the win rate in Swiss was really corp favored because all the corps are playing, like, there's so many gotcha decks. And those decks work well in Swiss. And like, let's look at the win rate in the cut. Like, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runner wins to 3 corp wins. So runners +2. Ooh. Okay, so now we're even. 1, 2. Oh man, I might be making a bad point here. 1, 2. Okay, so corp is +2 now. Corp is now +1. Corp is still +1. Corp is +2. Corp is +1. Corp is +2, and then, I guess corp is +3. Okay, so I guess like that point doesn't run in the cut. But like, even though the thing is like, for me personally, like, my thoughts is that like runners should be winning like 60-70% of games. And when I'm playing, like, I feel like that's what's going on. If you look at my stats specifically, like, I only lost corp games. So like, my lat deck was, well, I don't know how many games I played in the cut, but the lat deck won all its games. The Asa lost, was my 2 losses. And then, in Swiss, I lost the 1 game to Rotom, who like drew like a god playing PD in round 2, which is not much you can do there. Love me some Neurospiker education. Can we run over some gotcha decks with boring lat now? Yes we can. Yes we can. Why do you think Ob didn't have good results? I don't know. I don't know. Actually, Bridgman asked me that same question right before I started the stream. I don't know. Ob seems like it should be decent. And I don't know. I think one thing that might be it is that, like, I think people probably put Claude in their deck more than they were going to because Sports Metal showed up in Boston the weekend before. And because Sports Metal showed up in Boston the weekend before, it, like, the presence of Clot made Ob slightly worse. Could be a plausible theory, but I'm not totally sure. Are we talking about the trial Swiss being open decklist? Is that a trial, or like, what's going on? Personally, I'm more interested from the perspective of participation in game experience than the logistics of it. I mean, I think there is fun to playing open and closed decklist games. I think I'm particularly good at open decklist games, because I think I'm really good at, like, I think like one of my like key strengths in Netrunner is visualizing and thinking ahead. And when a decklist is open, like, I can like think out like how the game is gonna go most of the time. And then like from there I can kind of like navigate, like, am I ahead or am I behind, and then like navigate accordingly. I find that really fun. So I do look forward to open decklist East Coast Nationals. The best gotcha decks have some ability to play fair and error. Yep. That links to Continental stats. Oh. I'm going to click this link that somebody posted in my chat and trust it. Let me just finish chat first. So if the runner has a draw with 1 standard deviation below average, or they misplay, you can still win. Yeah. Has always been runner favored among the absolute best players, and specifically once you have open decklist. Yeah. Not my sheet was on Metropole Grid. Yeah. This was just like, the Swiss data and American Continentals. I don't know, like, honest, like, it's one tournament. Like, I like data is interesting. I don't personally. I don't look at data and have that influence my decisions. Um, like unless it's my own data, like that I have collected. So like I would use like my win rates on certain decks to influence my decisions. Um, but like personally, I like data's interesting, but I won't like look at this and be like, Asa won 68% of their games. Like Asa must be the best corp deck. Like or like this means that I should play Asa. Is like I don't know. I like to think about it for myself a lot more. Kit 64, Steve 75, but like how many games was that, right? The number of people. So Steve, there were 2 Steves. I see. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Shall we beat some cheese decks with Lat? I'm so excited. Again, I love this deck. I'll talk about it a little bit to start. It's like, and the explanation is gonna be real short because like this deck is built to allow you to play Netrunner, to respond to what the corp is doing, and to beat the player in the deck that's sitting across from you. Like that's what you need to do. Is you just need to win in this matchup, and also like as runner, you don't need to win. Your job is to stop the corp from winning. You don't need to win the game. So this deck is like really built to do that, and it has the tools to do that, and it's like so fun to play. And like the breaker suite, and I love the breaker suite so much because like it really has a good balance. Like sentries are the things that are the hardest to break. Like 4 strength plus sentries. Okay, 3 strength or less, we can echelon through it, and like people are having a field day with that. But like once you go above 3 strength, like things get hella awkward, and that like Revolver is so good for dealing with that. So we got Revolver to deal with that. Like Unity is an efficient code gate breaker, especially once you get your stuff installed. Pressure Spike is not efficient if we have like a 2 strength barrier. So we just gotta like don't run that too often. Like barriers usually end the run, so we can bounce off those more often. And then once we get to threat 4, like $2 for 9 strength lets us break Pharaohs, lets us break Logjam, lets us break the big barriers, lets us break Bran. And then Palangi, just like everything works together with Palangi. Palangi like helps you beat Rush, helps you save Revolver counters, helps you save money when you like don't want to use your Pressure Spike. Like it beats Stavka Half Rune, it beats like Mythic Ice. It's so good. But like it's good because it's flexible, and that's what this deck is. This deck is flexible. And like the Cupellation like beats a lot of stuff, and I really like this card. And I know that I think Andre said, somebody told me that Andre said on his stream that Cupellation is a bad card. Cupellation is a bad card if you're not playing a deck that's recurring it with Simulchip. I think if you're just like putting Cupellation in your deck and it's a one-off ability, then you're probably better playing a different card. But in Shaper, where you're playing 3 Simulchips, you can house a Cupellation. And this is HQ multi-access if you need it, which is rare. Like I don't usually use it for like, I need HQ multi-access, so like let's get out this card. But usually you're just like getting rid of a key card, like saving yourself money when you're trashing stuff. You're beating Warroid Tracker, you're beating Hostile Architecture, you're beating AR Enhanced Security, like you're beating Maryland Campaign even. So many use cases for this, and I really really like it, and it's really fun to use. Yeah, deck's super fun. The build script is just here because we had another influence, and it's like draw 2, gain 1. Yeah, what's not to like? We're just trying to like we're just thinning the deck, right? Like build script is just like Stone Ship Chart Room. It's like build script and Stone Ship is the same card, except build script is like 1 credit better, isn't tech for certain situations like Stone Ship is, and it draws you a card with Anacam if you're not playing a different event this turn. So that's that. I know that Riel said in the interview after winning the whole event that build script is a really good card and people should play it. It's not that good, okay? Like it's not like it's build script is a good card when you're trying to fill in an extra slot and you have an influence, okay? Don't go and like putting build script in your deck and like finding room for it, because I don't think that's a good idea. Okay, let's play. Enough rambling. Again, I'm gonna pay attention to chat. And yeah, I do want to like talk and answer questions. So keep firing away. What's your game plan against decks trying to stack brands above a Skunkworks server? Well, you got 2 pinholes, right? So, and keep in mind, like, pinhole is there to trash key upgrades, yes, but pinhole is there to check servers too. So you can use pinhole to like check things to see if you need to run if things are getting expensive. Also, you have 3 overclocks and 3 trick shots, and it's just a matter of like running when you need to and like not running too much. Yes, if they like put a Bran up and then like just like jam things behind that over and over again, then you might need to pivot. Like you might need to dig for your 1 copy of Deep Dive, and you might need to like see 3 out of HQ with Cupellation, and like things might not be that great. But you know, it's in general, it's a fun thing to figure out, I think. Okay, this hand is good because we have Anacam and we have Dirty Laundry, so we keep it. Enough said. They mulliganed. I do want to try to keep... I think there's more chat. Been jamming the deck and struggling against big stacked barriers. Yeah, that can be tough. The Palangi will help a lot, and also just like, I think diversifying your pressure. Like maybe you need to pressure centrals a little bit more so they like don't feel that comfortable stacking big barriers. Even over Baya. Yeah, I think Baya Bands might be better. Baya Bands is like a lot more flexible, and it gives you a lot of outs to do a lot of things. So, ooh, you want to pinhole a Rashida? I think I do. And I think I'll just trash a Void. Do we? We can just take a credit as well. Do we just trash a Void? Ugh, I don't love that. I think I am going to do it. I don't love that, but like, it's a Void. I gotta pay a click and a credit, get rid of a Void. It's fine. I don't love doing that. But, it's a Void, so sure. Yeah, I think, honestly, like, Baya Bands might be better than the build script. Like, as I said, and this is one thing, like, when I do my write-ups, I don't write a lot in there. But, like, when people ask me questions, I feel like I answer them very thoroughly. So I, like, if you want to hear me, like, talk more and, like, explain more about my decks, like, go into the deck post and, like, read what I write in the comments. Because I feel like I do a pretty thorough explanation of like answering questions. And one of the things that I wrote was that, yeah, Baya Bands does seem like it has a lot of use. But the thing about Baya Bands is like it requires you to run, and like build script is just simpler. It doesn't require you to run. I could draw here. Yeah, let's draw. I could draw 4 cards. If I draw 4, I can discard this. Yeah, okay. Claude is a good card to draw because I can discard that. So I think I just take a credit and play the creative and just discard 2 cards here. It's important to like take advantage of opportunities to discard as Lat. So I'm gonna do that here. Because like later in the game, I'm gonna want to have like 2, 3, maybe 4 cards in hand, and then we can't discard if we want to get our Lat draw. So it is important to take advantage of like opportunities to discard. And this was like a turn where I wasn't gonna get a Lat draw. So let's like take advantage of that. Let's discard. Yeah, Biobands has a lot of good uses. You can trash things, you can clear a tag, but like it forces you to run. And the reason I didn't include it in the deck and I put the build script in here instead is because you can always play build script, and this deck was already doing really well. So I just didn't feel the need. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have dieseled actually. No, it was probably fine. So we want this, and like Parisha, I guess. We could DJ for Quetzal. This is like the Ishuak deck, but like I have a lot of time to set up against the Ishuak deck because so like this Ishuak deck was like, I imagine this is like pretty close to what Hector has played last weekend. Which is like threatening to score 2 3-pointers and getting an Ishuak counter. So I have a lot of time to like respond to that, which makes me feel like I just get the Hannah down. Yeah, so the deck was already doing really good, and I basically like when I swapped in the Revolver, I had an extra influence, and I just like chose like build script. You know exactly what you're getting out of build script, and the build script is going to make the deck more consistent every time, whereas Biobands is like higher ceiling, less consistent, but like probably consistent enough that it's worth it. So yeah, like I think like cutting the build script and putting a Biobands is a very sensible change. Curious about the runner just has to stop the court from winning idea. If we believe that, should we be running deep dive? Yes, because sometimes you can't stop the corp from winning if every turn they're like jamming things, if they're like never advancing things behind multiple barriers. Like if I have like 2 brands on a remote and I'm just like, you know, I'm like sitting in hand with like seamless launches and I'm just like putting things in the remote every turn. We can't deal with that forever, right? So that's where we need that one deep dive, is we can like find that last agenda or 2 because the situation is such that we can't sustain forever. Yeah, the deck can't sustain forever. Okay, so the corp is 5 cards in hand, which is really good for me. Fermenter is really good. Telework is really good. So let's just go boom, boom, click this and get a Lat draw. And next turn we're gonna like gamble. We're doing great. Okay, so we got double seamless for a score. Ooh, we're taking net damage. Parisha and DJ. So if I remember correctly, this deck doesn't play Regenesis. So like we're just playing 5/3s. So we're not scared of like a Regenesis score. And I also believe that the deck only has the 2 seamless launches. So we're also not scared of seamless launch anymore. So now it's just a matter of locking down the remote. And I'm in a pretty good spot to do that. Losing Parisha and DJ was fine. I don't need DJ, don't need Parisha this matchup. Let's see if we can get a Lat draw by playing the gamble. And it looks like we can. So we just go boom, boom, hit the telework. Seems good. That's a bad draw, obviously. We already have one of those on the board. But we're doing good. Like, the other, like, one big part of we just need to stop the corp from winning is, like, you need to understand what is the corp, like, how does the corp win? What is their plan? And in this case, our plan is to score a 4-pointer. It's like score a 3-pointer with an Ishuak counter, and then score another 3-pointer. The first agenda doesn't matter, because the corp wins when they get to 7 points. They don't win when they get to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So, like, as long as there's no, like, fast advance threat that I can't deal with, which we can because we have Clot, we're not concerned that we're like losing 4-0 score line wise. Okay. Like the fact that we're like the score is 4-0 does not mean we're losing the game. Do we play this Diesel? If we play this Diesel, then we're not going to get Lat draw. You don't always need to get Lat draw. We might like... I was going to say we might overclock Archives and like pick up a Breaker. We could still do that. We just don't access. Because we could die to like back pro stuff, in which case we should have kept the Stone Ship. But we don't have to access. We could just like overclock. SMZ for Unity. And like see what we draw. I think I like that. Yeah. This matchup is slightly unfortunate for us for the fact that the Corpse score plan doesn't get them to 4 points. It gets them to 3. So my pressure spike is going to be really sad this game. But I think that's something that we'll just need to figure out. I could draw a card, install. And I think that's fine. Yeah. Okay. This might be a little greedy, but I think it's fine because, like, yes, I could have played the Diesel, but if I don't do that, I mean, I could put this back. We could. Should we do it? It's fine. I think they could have rezzed the Spin Doctor and like denied a Slat draw there, which I should offer to put back, but it's okay. Okay, so 2 installs and a hedge fund. We shuffled back the seamless launches, so we're now like re-threatening the seamless launch. Yeah. And so like we are threatening game here. La Costa 5-3, advance the 5-3, seamless advance score, but like I don't know, we'd have to 2 in 30. Well, they like mandoed a card and then they're like gonna see another card at the start of the turn, so they would have to draw a seamless launch, and I think I'm okay with losing that way. So I'm gonna play. Man, ending the turn with 4 cards is annoying. I could, of course, also run it and like just like pop fermenter, trick shot, pop fermenter, click the telework, trick shot. I don't mind that either. Maybe we are doing that. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we are doing that. Yeah, I don't mind this. We have our breakers, like, and the other thing is, like, we're not playing against Egg Infusion, right? So, like, every ice that the Corp reses is, like, an ice that's stuck there. Wow, we were going to top deck Seamless Launch. Whoa, okay. Okay, there's 2 Seamless Launches on top. Cool. Oh, yeah, the deck plays Data Loop. Forgot about that. Can I die here? So I want to keep the Deep Dive in hand, and I want to put the Diesel on top so that we can lose the Deep Dive to damage and draw the Diesel if we take damage. Because I want to draw the Diesel and then play the Diesel. So how do we do that? Second card targeted will be topmost. So I want to put like SMC and then Diesel. Because we want to like protect the Diesel. But I don't want to die to Fuji Maverick. You know? Does this deck play Maverick? I don't know. Are we gonna die to Fuji here? I also kind of want to keep the Deep Dive. That's tough. That's really tough. Can this deck deal? Did we really install Mavericks Fuji? No, right? No. I'm going to go with no. We did not. I'm going to protect this deep dive. I'm going to protect the deep dive. I don't think we installed Mavericks Fuji. And if that's what it is, I do lose the game. Tattoo, okay. This makes sense, because this was like the first ice we installed, so it's probably just like something that's good protecting Rashida. We're gonna res Mavericks? Uh-oh. Oh, I do lose. No way. Oh, okay. Oh my god. I thought I died. Oh, actually, I shouldn't say that. Okay, I shouldn't tell them that I thought I died, because that tells them that I don't have an event in hand, and I shouldn't tell them that. But oh my god, we almost died. Could you move the camera? Oh, sorry. Yes, yes I can. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. Fuji Mav, you access Fuji first, no? Yeah, but I wanted to like get rid of both events. Could be Daniela Fuji, which could be awkward, yeah. Too greedy, apparently. Was just trying to cheat for Mentor, but now Dataloop has trimmed the good cards. Yeah, exactly. Dataloop has trimmed the good cards. And now we play this Diesel, and then we lat draw. Crazy. Look at that value. Diesel, lat draw, 5 cards. Yeah, I topped the Diesel with the loop. Okay, so now we should win this game. Because we like... Now it's just a matter of keeping cards in my hand. Like, especially once I install the Stone Ship. Like, if I can spend next turn... If I can spend next turn installing Stone Ship and, like, running the remote... and then, like, basically we can't lose anymore. Okay. So I have to run that, right? I could deep dive, but I feel like I can do that later. So we can like start with Gamble, maybe. Gamble, Stone Ship, run. No, I have to have 2 cards in hand. So maybe we don't gamble. Well, no, let's gamble. Let's gamble. So we gamble. Pongi's fine. Let's draw. And then, ooh, Pinhole's quite good. Pinhole's quite good. But I'd rather just run the remote this turn. We can save the Pinhole for next turn. So let's install this. Let's wheels. Remember, like, Pinhole is a way to check the remote without running the remote. I want the order to be Deep Dive and then Pinhole. And, like, right now, this remote costs me 3 credits. And we might, like, commit another Ice Res here, which is good for me. Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, okay. So I guess we're just like topping another 2 cards and then Stone Shipping. If I'm gonna lose a card, I'd like to lose Palangi. So let's go Laundry. Oh no, I'm gonna draw them both anyway, so it doesn't matter. So I go break. Corpse now broke. They're probably gonna fire Charlotte. I should technically be the first to pop this, so I'll go ahead and do that. And it's back pro. Okay. This is really good for me. Because they're broke. Which means I get a free turn next turn, and I can probably deep dive if I want to. Which, like, I don't need to deep dive next turn. Like, I probably just spend next turn drawing cards and gaining money. And then the turn after, we can pinhole to check the remote. And then go from there. A lot of the times with pinhole, like, you can, like, pinhole archives and then, like, check the remote and still deep dive that turn. So we might be setting that up. Yeah, if it was Fuji Mav, then I would have been fine. Well, no, I wouldn't. Yeah, so if it was Fuji Mav, I would have been fine had I kept the deep dive or the diesel in my hand. Yeah, which is like the zero risk option. But I took the risk of dying to Fuji Mav. Because like it didn't seem like the corp was going for a kill that turn. Because we like shuffled back the seamlesses and that. But I mean, like, they might have been, because like Mav and Fuji and then Punitive could like really well have been a kill. So like, I don't know, they really well could have been going for a kill. And then I would have died. But like I think it was a much higher chance that it was Fuji and Lacosta Grid. Like, the only, like, you got to think about this too, is like the corp only installs Fuji Mav in the remote if they didn't have Lacosta Grid in hand, right? So because otherwise, like, doing that makes no sense. Oh, okay. I could deep dive here. 2 discard, 1 HQ, 4 on top. We could deep dive here. I'm not going to check the remote, because we're not scared of losing. Subliminal. Does this deck play Subliminal? I don't think it does. We would lose to Subliminal Credit Double Seamless, which I don't think is what's going on. So I'll just chill. I could Laundry Archives. Don't mind that. Yeah. Probably have an agenda in here, right? No agenda? Cloud Eater. Okay. And then we just draw. Cupellation's fine. Trick Shot's really good. And then, like, this, or just Coop is fine. Probably just put the Coop down. Yeah. Saw another card in server 1. I don't think this deck plays Bile Vaults either. So I think that's just Lacosta Grid. And it could still be Lacosta Grid. Like, single advancing Charlotte doesn't mean it's not Lacosta Grid. Pinhole, Trick Shot, Run HQ, Deep Dive seems fine, honestly. But also I could just, like, install Stone Ship, click for 3, and I think that's also fine. Deep Dive is free right now. But I need to find 2 agendas. And, like, remember what I said, right? Like, only the 7th point matters. So if I'm deep diving, I'm trying to win. If I get 1 agenda, that doesn't do anything for me. It does get my pressure spike to 4 threat, but other than that, like that doesn't matter because we're using data loops. So I'm actually just gonna, like, cycle cards here. Yeah, we're just like installing Stone Ship and clicking for 3. Because we're okay. Like, we're gonna let them like draw cards. Because the turn that we go for the deep dive, we can also see 3 cards out of HQ with the Cupellation. So like, we're setting up this like mega turn here where we pinhole the remote, like trick shot, which is just like giving us a 4 credit, like a 3 credit discount on the R&D run. If we see that we need to run the remote, then we can keep that in mind, and then we can like run HQ, see 3 cards out of HQ, and deep dive, and still check the remote. So like we got the game pretty much on lock here. Is there 1 known card in R&D or 0? Hitting HQ for singles seems okay. It does, but it's not needed. You see what, you know what I mean? Like, just have cards in hand, and we're fine. Have cards in hand and have money. I could just click for 4 again, honestly. The problem is once, like, right now there's a Charlotte in there, which means like there's no agenda. I could hit HQ for singles. Like Tattoo gets rezzed and like that can... No, I think I just take 4 again. We don't need SMC. Laundry's good to have. Like right now, yes, the corp is getting money, but like agendas are showing up because we're drawing, right? So like every turn that goes by, there's a higher chance that when I do make this HQ and R&D run, we're gonna see agendas. So right now, let's just gain money. We don't need to make these runs. If I run HQ and like hit a Saisentan and I have to pay $2 and 3 revolver counters, like, and then I access a a piece of ice or something, like we didn't need to do that. We did not need to do that. Generally though, like I think this is a very unique case. Like poking servers that have unresed ice is generally very good for the runner and is generally something you want to do. But in this case, I feel like it's not something that we need to do, and we can just like ride our advantage and improve our advantage by clicking for credits. Simulation Reset's going to shuffle some agendas away, which sucks. But I think we're still okay. Even if we completely play their game, like I can just run through the data loops and steal an agenda that's in there. Does this deck play Biovaults? I don't remember. If we ever advance an upgrade, then I will have to like deal with that. So if we start advancing a Biovault, then I will have to deal with that. The problem with like what I'm proposing right now, which is this very like control style, don't run centrals game, is it's risky if you're not like fully comfortable with what you're doing. Because like we've just installed 2 cards, which is like unfortunate because I don't know which one to pinhole. Do we just play the remote game? Thinking. We catch up on chat too. We can Cupellation Daniela, yeah. You can trash an urban rule with 20 upgrades. Oh, yeah, okay. The Void can make it a little rough. I mean, like, we can... That's true. That's true. The Void will make it rough. I mean, we can pinhole the Void. What's the plan here? I could start by laundering HQ. Because we can Cupellation the seamless launches. And, like, that might just be the simplest way to do this. Like, if we just don't have enough money, So we're gonna start with that. Because we should have 2 seamless launches in hand. So if I Cupellation one of the seamless launches and Ice gets rezzed, then we can't score, right? Tatu, that's unfortunate. 3. Yeah, okay. I mean, we're here, so let's break it. Don't love that, because that gains them 2 credits, obviously. Let's see if we get more reses. No res. Okay. We got our HQ run. I will pick this up because it's 1 less card that we can void. Yeah. How do we want to do this? I could pinhole. I could trick shot. I think we just trick shot. And then we go bottom, or we like get rid of some cards with the data loop. And then we overclock back in. I think that's fine. Yeah, let's do it that way. I don't know if we'll deep dive. Okay. Anansi, punitive. We will run the remote here. Okay, we don't need to pinhole. So we don't need to pinhole. Do I die to punitive? No, I don't think I do. So I can just like bottom these 2 and then bottom these 2. And then we're going to overclock back, have no cards in hand. And then we once again die to Fuji Mavericks. Thinking. Do we need to die to Fuji Mavericks? Maybe I should just deep dive. I don't know. I need to see 2 agendas with deep dive though. I think we just trust that there's no Fuji Mavericks. Is that crazy? Maybe it is. Mavericks, Lacosta, Void. What's the other upgrade? Does it have to be Mavericks? Is there 2 Mavericks in this deck? God. Okay, no, we're here. It's fine. We're gonna do this. Okay. Okay, we are rezzing Void, so go ahead. Okay, so now there's a seamless in hand, right? So actually, I could just go back into HQ and just pick up the seamless. Right? I could just simulchip the coupe and pick up the seamless. I think I don't mind that. And then next turn, I have to pinhole the void before running back in. But I can like do it in a way where I have events in hand. But then he goes like mandatory draw, 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 draw. Which means I just have to pinhole the void. I think that's the line. I think that's the line. Yeah. Do we play Anemone in this deck? I don't know. Oh no. That's pretty good. Okay, so if I break this... so if I break this, we go to archives, and then I run back, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'll break this. Then I run back. I think this seems cute. It does seem cute. I don't know. I do need to pop the stone ship right now because I'll die to Fuji. Which sucks, but we gotta do it. Okay, there's a Mavericks in here. And now we run back into HQ. And if it gets rezzed again, then we just don't have enough money to score. Because he needs 3 credits. Or he needs 6 credits to score, so we just can't res this again. And we simulchip the coupe. Let me pick up this seamless launch. Okay. Daniela? No, we can Cupellation Daniela. We're fine. We can Cupellation Daniela. And that turns off Daniela's ability completely. Oh, it's mandatory to shuffle one back? Oh. I thought that was optional. Oh man. I swear I read that and I thought it was optional. Yeah, then we should have just let that fire. That was poor, actually. That was really poor. Yeah, I definitely should have just let that fire. That was really poor. It's fine though, because it what did it do? It cost me a click, but now like the Miraju's not rezzed anymore. So like the next time I run HQ, there's like we'll have to pay another $2 to re-res it. So it's fine. It's fine. It was Rashida in the remote, so I respected everything for nothing. And then we install 2 cards in server 1 and advance once. Okay. I'm pretty sure the pinhole's on top, and the other card, the deep dive, is the next card. Did I screw myself? Did I screw myself? Dang it. Ugh. The data loop Fuji thing is too good. Maybe I should have. I didn't give enough respect to that, it turns out. Did not give enough respect to that. Yeah, because I had to pop the stone ship last turn, which was on the archives run, which was a big deal. So yeah, like breaking the Mirage was really bad because I had to pop the stone ship. And if we don't pop the stone ship, then we can get into here. I mean, we just hope it's not Fuji, right? I think so. I think we just hope it's not Fuji. I could overclock it. Like, we could just run the remote. Oh, man. I do die to things, but I don't think there's anything I can do about that. Run HQ C3. Thinking. I'm pretty sure the pinhole's on top. So I can't get it this turn. Like, I can't get the deep dive this turn. That sucks. That sucks really bad. Now we have Void. Like, are we dead to Mavericks now? Man, that's like so funny. Okay, I think we gotta run HQ first. I think that's always what we're doing. Is we're running HQ first. Cause we gotta like get a card out of here. I think we just C3 with the coup and we don't simulchip because I need the simulchip for the Daniela. So just C3. That sucks. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Dang it. That sucks. What do we do now? I can wheels run. We can overclock and just accept death if it is Fuji. Let's accept death as it's Fuji. Alternatively, we can draw. No, we just accept death if it's Fuji. All right, here we go. Kill me with Fuji. Or Mavericks. That's unfortunate. I misplayed this. Yeah, I misplayed this. I guess we should have been poking HQ before the, or like I probably should have just played the deep dive earlier. Yeah. Yeah. Mathing, that's good. That means we're not just dead. I'll respond to a Daniela res by simulchipping, so I think we just like continue. And we'll just like simulchip the coup if there's once Daniela gets rezzed. Yeah, I misplayed this. I guess we should have gone for the deep dive that turn. Because I didn't realize that like popping the stone ship due to the archives access was what messed things up. Because the thing is, the reason is like, oh, I draw a card. Lol, that's funny. I can just run back now, right? What's the deal here? Um, the reason is like the like I thought I was fine, but I didn't realize the stone ship getting popped was the key. Because if I didn't pop the stone ship, then I can still do this whole dance. And like that extra click put me behind in my draws. So I couldn't fish out the deep dive this turn, and that was the I'm gonna simul when you res Daniela. So I'm gonna undo click. Okay, so it looks like it's not Fuji, so that's good. Yeah, because it that extra click made it so that I didn't click to draw. So I couldn't fish out the deep dive. Because if I could, then like the difference between deep diving the turn earlier and this turn was nothing. I just delayed the game a turn. But I miscalculated that. So we res Daniela, and then we pop Simul Chip. So I pass. So I commit to access. Then I pass the window. Then you use the window to res Daniela. So then the window comes back to me, and I use it for Simul. Yeah. Okay. So we're here. Then we pick up this Daniela. This is a good highlight of like why I love Cupellation. Yeah. So we coop this, and then we just go ahead and see what this is. This is send a message. Okay. So now we're doing okay. But we still died like a Fuji top deck, so that's not ideal. We just see the rest of the cards. There's another Daniela. Yeah. Oh, but we don't die to Fuji. We win from Fuji now. So I can just get rid of all this, I think. Oh, I should see the other card first, but the other card's obviously Lacosta Grid, which I'm not going to trash. Yeah. So then we go credit, lat draw. Because I need money to play the deep dive anyways, so yeah, we go credit, lat draw. The lesson here is to not mess with glassware. Needs more hush. Can you cup HQ so void is not a thing? Yeah, that was why, like, when I ran HQ at the start of the turn, I tried to, like, access 2. I forgot that Punitive was one of the cards, which is really poor of me. But, like, yeah, I didn't want to simul-chip the Cupellation to pick up a card, because of the Daniela. They only play 1x Mavris unless this person added a second. Yeah, it does seem like Mavris is, like, cuts into deck slots in this deck. You know, you said deep dive only matters to get to 7, but there's something to be said about getting to 5 or 6, so we don't have to respect Fuji's text. Yes. I should have thought about that. I didn't think about that. That's totally true. So yeah. I should have played the deep dive earlier, I think. Draw install is not something that's threatening to me because both the seamlesses are in the bin, are they? Yeah, they are. So I can draw here. The pinhole is the next card, which means the deep dive is the card after, which means we are good enough to deep dive next turn, which I think is what we're gonna do. So it does require me to play the pinhole, which I don't think we want to. How many gambles do we have left? We have 1 gamble left. We have a ton of money left in the deck. Okay, never mind. We're just gonna draw. Yeah. Yeah, we've drawn. There's another gamble. Another no more laundries. There's another gamble. 2 more creatives. Another overclock. And another trick shot. It's a lot of cards. Advance credit. So I can just go and see what that card is with the pinhole. Pay 4 for the Anansi. And yeah. I think no, if we res Miraju, that's fine. So let's pinhole archives. Just see if we need to run this. And then we do, so then we just run this. Yeah. GG. Okay. Mismanaged the mid game there. I thought I was safe clicking for credits, but I should have respected the double data loop more. I anoetic away the 3rd seamless in that Rashida run, but yeah, I'm probably remote locked by now. There's 3 seamlesses? I thought there was only 2. Yeah, and I was dead if the Sam was a Fuji or to Mavris. If there is another one of those. Point is, I ended up having to take some risk with the remote play because I didn't respect it enough in the mid game, or well, during those turns where I was clicking for credits. Saka said I should have 1x Urtica. The kill threat is very real on the remote if you have the data loops set up. Yeah. Okay, lots of chat I gotta catch up on. Hanaclix is Hanaclix is extra cards. Yeah, it's a very interesting game. I'm so happy that we like highlighted the power of Cupellation, because that doesn't happen every game. Like a lot of the times Cupellation doesn't do anything. But like most games I find good use out of it. Stone chat room Loki MVP, totally. And I think that like that's what I was saying is that's what I was saying is that like the stone ship, like when like that was just like a reading comprehension problem. I forgot that the Miraju, or I didn't forget, like I just didn't read the Miraju closely enough. And the Miraju is mandatory. So the Miraju being mandatory meant that the Miraju being mandatory meant that like I shouldn't have broken it, and I should have just let that fire, because I knew that the corp was drawing punitive, and like, but it doesn't really matter what the corp is drawing, because the point is I'm trying to get rid of the seamless launch that's in hand. So I should have just let the Miraju fire. I think the Mirage is probably a waste of money, Hector. I think the Mirage is probably a waste of money. Like that turn, it like I didn't read it closely enough. But Miraju's shuffle effect is mandatory, and I both forgot about it and didn't read it, because at one point in time I knew that. Yeah, so I should have just let it fire, and I would have came in, I would have kept the stone ship, and I would have clicked to draw a card, which then meant that next turn I would both be able to get the deep dive if I wanted to go for deep dive, and I would be able to run the remote and have the stone ship to draw cards after the data loops. And because my decision to break the Miraju and access archives, like I just like didn't think about the implications in that moment. Because like I could have also broken the Miraju and then just jacked out on archives, and I would have also been fine. But the mistake was popping the stone ship, because then the next time I run the remote, I risk, like I have to access on 0 cards because I don't have the stone ship to draw after the data loops, which is a really good lesson to learn. Yeah, really good lesson to learn. I didn't want to spoil it, but they're playing 3x Seamless. They talked about it in their deck list. Oh, yeah. In terms of something you want to test going forward. Yeah, I mean, like, it does seem like I played around with, like, the Ishuak was something that I tried making work, and it does seem like you want 3 Seamless, because it's a big part of your game plan is finding the Seamlesses to get that Ishuak counter. Yeah. Do you have the VODs for Continentals this year? No, I didn't record. Just because like life was a little too hectic. I just like started my new job, and like yeah, I didn't record that. Because I just wanted to like play the games and then like take the time in between rounds to do other things. And I wasn't really into like talking through my games. I can put my replays up on my decklist posts if that's something that anybody is interested in. I know that Sebastian K reached out to me saying that like, hey, I'm gonna play your Lat deck at OTG, which is happening right now. Can you send me your Lat replays, because I think I'm playing it wrong. So then I was like, yeah, like I'm happy to send you the Lat replays. So I did that. Replays are very valuable. Yeah, okay. So I'll throw my replays onto my decklist post after my stream. So yeah, keep your eye out for that. I'll do it by the end of the day. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, okay. I'll put my replays up. I won't write anything about them. I'll just like throw them there. because there's a lot to write and it's a little too much. Yeah, my game against Armin in round, what round was it? I think it was round 6. I played against Armin, and round 7. Yeah, round 7. My round 7 game against Armin, where I won as Asa against Arasana, was the luckiest game I've ever played. Yeah, I was top decking out of my mind that game. And honestly, when I do show the replays, and if y'all do click through it, the Lat games were all solid wins. And I felt in control and very happy with those games. And all of the Asa wins, almost all of them, I think maybe my round 1 I played against Amakua 419, which I clicked through that and it was a solid game. I feel I played really well that game. But it's a bad matchup and things are on a knife's edge. The balance of the game's on a knife's edge. And there was a game against Freedom which I was pretty comfortable in, but I think every other game was really tight, and the Asa was barely winning its games, which is just corp these days. My brain's fried already, but yeah, popping stone ship felt unnecessary. Yeah, I didn't realize the negative ramifications of popping the stone ship at the time. Which is I feel that last year I streamed European Continentals and I won, and I was doing really well that stream and able to focus, and for some reason I've started realizing that when I stream I've started focusing more on the streaming aspect. I think my brain is just changing a little too much when I stream. So before streaming wasn't impacting my performance, but I think now I try to talk through what I'm doing a little too much maybe. I know that it's helpful for a lot of people and I really want to do it. But I think when I'm playing in a tournament, I think it does impact my performance. I do lose a little bit of concentration. And especially when I'm playing decks that are constantly creating lots and lots of critical moments, that can hurt. That's the thing, right? When I'm proposing this Lat game plan where I'm you don't need central accesses, click for credits, and set up your board, and if the corp is not doing anything, that's not an invitation to run centrals, that's an invitation to improve your own board. That is good, but it's risky, because if you have an opportunity to run centrals and you don't take that opportunity, you better be really confident in what you're doing, and you better really know that the decisions that you're making right now, foregoing these cheap runs on centrals in exchange for setting up your board, you need to know and be very confident in what you're capable of doing, and that you are gonna be in a better spot later, and you're gonna be able to win the game later, and you need to know that you're not just throwing away an opportunity to get ahead that won't show up again later. So it's I am in a sense proposing this plan that is you need to you need to really buy into it, and really have a full understanding of the board and your deck and your opponent's deck in order to do that. Because what it does is as a baseline, what that type of play does is it delays the game and it extends the game. And the longer the game goes, the more opportunities both players have to misplay, right? A shorter game means less opportunities to misplay. Longer the game is, more opportunities to misplay. And there's more decisions you have to make. And you have to be confident that the decisions you make are going to be better than the decisions your opponents make, or at least just as good. Because if you extend the game and you have a lapse in attention, or didn't think about a stone ship chart room being important, like, and that costs you the game, then you're like, damn, like I should have ran centrals when central accesses were free. And yeah, so it's a risky approach. After run, thanks for streaming. This is Rap Nui. I have a different handle on JNet. Cool, good to know. Very cool to see proper play versus the Ishuak deck, which I think is generally strong. I could talk about the Ishuak deck if we want. Cutting 2x spin for the third seamless does feel good for what it's worth. Yeah. It does seem like you want to do that. I don't know. So like, I can make some comments about the Ishuak deck. Like, I think the Ishuak. I tried to make this work. My version. If Hectorus, you're still there, you're probably really interested in this. My version of the Ishuak deck is looks like this. Which doesn't play data loops, which is like, you know, data loops a great card, so like it's really, really hard to balance that situation. And like also like Daniela's really good, Biovault is really good, NGO Front is really good, because it's like a thing that like forces a run. So like I will say, like, I don't think this is better than what you have. I think data loop is probably a necessary inclusion in the deck. But I did test this idea. I did test the Ishuak idea. And what I didn't like about it is like, and the reason I ended up concluding that I should put this down is because this is worse than like Egg Infusion, I think. Overall, there are some really good aspects about it, like it you only have to score twice, obviously, like that's like the main benefit. Your agenda suite is cleaner for the purposes of scoring, okay? So and you can like fit a punitive package really well. So like the Ishuak is a lot more defensive in terms of agenda suite. The Ishuak is a lot more defensive in terms of agenda suite, but the Egg Infusion is a lot more defensive and resilient in terms of ice. And like, I didn't really showcase that in the game we just played because my deck, like, the Lat actually like doesn't want to run into the Ishuak because the Ishuak's like, I feel like where the Ishuak is flawed is in terms of like pressure. Because the Ishuak's money is like unreliable. So like if we play against a criminal who like doesn't care about the cards in their hand, but is like able to run in a way where they don't die to punitive, or you just don't draw the punitive, then like if the criminal just like pokes all your servers and just like gets an Amakua down, maybe a Penny Shaver, but really just like Amakua, like not a lot of people play Penny Shaver. But like if they were just like running around and like trashing your, as long as they like trash your Charlottes, like either by running it or pinholing it or boomeranging it or inside jobbing, like I feel like the Egg Infusion has a lot more resiliency in terms of combating early pressure, even though the agenda suite situation is worse. So Ishuak has a better agenda suite, has a better scoring plan. Or sorry, no, it doesn't have a better scoring plan. Ishuak has a better like, has a more like, I don't know, it's a nicer scoring plan in terms of we only need to score twice and the runner needs to score 3 times. So that trade-off is really good for the Ishuak. But if we compare the scoring plans, like Egg Infusion's got like end the run abilities, and end the run abilities are flexible, right? So like the Nisei, the Biovaults, I can use that to stop central runs. I can use that to stop deep dives. Like the Egg Infusion ability with like the face down ice is just like, you can do so much with that. So I felt that like the defensive capabilities of Ishuak were a lot worse than Egg Infusion. And I already was like shying away from Egg Infusion. Yeah, that was like my comments on the positioning of Ishuak. My early turns are really shaky. It just works better with Shapers and Hosh busy pricing. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Because like that's the thing. Like in Egg Infusion, that's the case as well. Egg Infusion has the same phenomenon where Egg Infusion's early turns are actually really shaky. If you force me to res like a Saisentan and like you don't die, like I just spent 5 whole credits. Like I'm gonna be clicking for credits for the next 2 turns. But the thing that Egg Infusion can do is like I can install face down ice on other servers, and I can threaten kicking you into the Saisentan with the Egg Infusion ability. And like no other Jinteki ID can do that. But like honestly, even then, Egg Infusion can get shaky. Yeah, you like make a run early, and like I have to pay $3 to res. I pay 4 to res a border control. You bounce off that. Like maybe I pay to res a brand. Like Anansi and Saisentan better fire and like hit some key cards, because that's still an expensive res, and the econ is shaky in all Jinteki decks. It's just that Egg Infusion's ability lets you bounce things, lets you bounce runners into res ice, and like that defensive ability is really, really important in the early game. Yeah. I think one thing I'll say as well, I'm gonna cue another game. One thing I'll say as well is at the very start of that last game we played with the Rashida behind the Tatu, like I would have, if I didn't draw Pinhole off the top with the Anacam, then I would have SMC overclocked it. And then like things would have been quite like okay for you, because you would have like tattooed and like hopefully you had another ice in hand and like gained money. But like if that ice wasn't tattoo, then like, man, like what are you gonna do? Are you gonna res Saisentan? I don't even know if you play Saisentan. Or like, are you gonna res, like you didn't have money for data loop. I don't really know what other ice you play. I could look that up actually. How do we do that? Like Enigma was like, but like even Enigma, like you do play Saisentan. But like even Enigma, right? Like if you res Enigma, like you just spent 3 whole credits, and like now there's an Enigma there. Like that's like, you're like not in a great spot. But the thing is, like, all corp decks are like that. So like every single corp deck, like Tatu is so good, because if you break the Tatu, at least I get 4 credits back, and like I'm not in a bad spot. But like every single other corp deck is like, I'm gonna install Rashida behind a piece of ice, and if you make me res the ice and trash the Rashida, like that corp is not gonna be in for a good game, or at least not like, it's not gonna be a fun like first couple turns. Yeah, no res for sure if it's not Tatu. Yeah, I dropped Enigma for Miraju. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Enigma's like, you're not that excited about Enigma either. All corps are like that except for R plus resing half the ice. Yeah. R plus is very different. R plus is very different. And I will say that, or I'll get to that tangent in a second. Hector, have you tried Vampire NASA? In the Egg Infusion deck, because Trib is gone, I've put in a Vampy, and I've actually been decently happy with Vampy. Like, yeah, I've been decently happy with Vampy. You res that thing for 7. It's 4 strength. It's got 4 subs. Yeah, like it's been quite good. As like, it's a central ice, but also like even if you put it in front of a Rashida turn 1, like you go like Vampy, Hedge Fund, install Rashida, it's not bad. I was allergic to Vampy when Host Breaker for 2 credits turn 6. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's true. that's pretty bad, yeah. Well, I mean, like, Host Breaking it for 2 credits is like is really bad. But like that's the other thing about like egg infusion versus non-egg infusion is like once a piece of ice becomes bad, egg infusion can still make use of it. But other decks cannot. Okay, so we're against Prav. There's no Anacam in this hand, but there is like Dirty Laundry, Trick Shot, and SMC. That's super tempting. But no. We want... This is better. We want to find Anacam, and we also like... The thing is, I think if we were against an asset spam deck, we would have kept that. But like, we're not necessarily against an asset spam deck, so... This is fine. Oh. Okay. Draw, gamble, run, creative. I don't mind running that. I think a lot of people look at me and be like, you're a shaper, you're not gonna run. Yeah, I am. Also, like, early game, it's fine, because, like, if it's check a scion, like, we'll take tags, right? Like, self-growth program is the thing that hurts, and if self-growth program doesn't hurt, I don't care. Okay, we've also given our opponent the information that we're willing to run remotes. So I think if they have a choice, they put a non-agenda here this turn. But let's just set up our board and see what our turn takes us. Because we might run if we find like a laundry. But probably not, because like we can pop NGO front against laundry, so that's a bad example. I don't want to play the gamble here in case we draw Anacam. So let's just like get this stuff out. Didn't draw Anacam. Advancing again. Cerebral incoming. Advance, install, advance. Oh boy. Okay. I mean, like, I'll just run these. I don't think I care. We don't care about our hand. Yeah. I died at Urtica if I don't draw a card first. So I think we just run server 4 first. Should I Parisha? Maybe we should. Maybe we should Parisha. We're gonna Parisha. Let's check a Scion. Okay. Sure. We're gonna die to Urtica Suffer if we run server 2? Man. Let's check this. There's the Urtica Cipher. Got him. And then we draw a card and clear a tag, and we'll just float a tag. We lost Gamble and SMC. That's unfortunate. Gamble is fine. But like SMC means like we can't find a breaker if they like get a breaker. I'm not scared of running that. I'll just keep running. It's fine. Deep dive is something we want to do potentially. I could like DJ clear tag credit. No, we just like this game plan doesn't work, so we just run. We just like as long as we don't die to Urtica Cipher, I'll just keep running. Also, like, what? Okay. All right. This is fine. Just clear tags. This is fine. Oh, right. I was talking about R+. I think prior to the Bologna ban, Man in the Moon's R+, that he won any NPC Vancouver with, was really strong. Because that deck played so much ice that was, like, free to res with the tag. It was, like, really, really good tempo. What am I doing here? Am I DJing? Like, click fermenter, install DJ, run HQ. Yeah, it seems fine. We probably pick up... do we want SMC or gamble? Probably want SMC. Because we've, like, got a ice there. We kind of want to get in, maybe. I'll take a Beal. Let's just get this down so we don't lose it, I think. I can also run back in HQ. Just, like, trash something with Parisha. Yeah. Okay, that's good to know. It is completely unnecessary to make that HQ run. Okay? Just so we're clear. It is completely unnecessary to make that HQ run. Because that's not advancing my board. But I just felt like we're playing against a deck that has a bunch of like random garbage that we want to get rid of, and I've got $2 on Parisha. So that's why I made that run. But it is completely unnecessary to be making that HQ run. I'm fine running that. I probably don't need to run this. Okay. Sure. So just like run HQ, pick up a gamble, and then clear a tag, or not clear a tag, take a credit is fine. We could die a snare. Oh yeah, it's market forces. I just take a credit. Okay, we've learned that server 2 is not clearinghouse. Double advance, draw a card. Really? Do I care? I don't think so. I could trick shot. No, I think we just like get our lat draw and just chill. So like, do we pick up? I could play gamble and then pick up. Well, I could just pick up build script creative, and they'll just give me build script. That seems fine. Or I could draw. No. Play gamble, run HQ. Yeah. Let me just run HQ now. Yeah, I would just pick up build script and creative. Is fine. Because we might like get rid of a card out of HQ here. So let's run now to like gain that information, and then we'll figure it out. Okay, so this is why we always need to pay attention to what the Corp is doing. The Corp just chose to Prav the card in server 2 and not the card in server 6. Which means that either they're both traps or they're both things that the Corp wants to advance. So we'll trash that. We'll simulchip creative and pick up a lat card. So that's really sus. Like, if they score this card in server 6, that means server 2 is something we want to run. Because otherwise it makes 0 sense to be advancing the card in server 2 and not the off-world. So it's like false flag, I guess. Like yeah, I guess it like has to be false flag. I guess I'll run that. Huh. All right. Yeah, if this is a trap and I die, you got me. Well done. Oh, okay. It is a trap. All right. Damn, and we have market forces in HQ. That's really bad. We could try to coup it. God damn it. So we were either like next leveling me, or we just weren't paying attention to what cards we were advancing. Okay. So yeah, I guess we're just gonna try to coup this market forces. That seems fine, actually. Let's just do it. HQ. Because I can run multiple times, and like this deck is full of stuff that I can trash, so we should be okay. You can get like overclock creative. Both we can play from low credits. Okay. There we go. And now I can just clear one tag. Do we even clear tags? Huh. Do we clear tags? Don't think we do. Let me just draw a card. I don't think I clear tags anymore. One of them gotchas, yeah. I mean, it's one of those decks where you either just end up like this or you randomly lose to Beal 9 in 2 turns. That's why you're the world champ. Yeah, we get this. Freedom of information. Really? Okay. I'm not scared of that, so I can just run that. Unfortunately, we have Pressure Spike in hand. Which sucks a lot. So I guess we just poke. Seems fine. Oh, I could trick shot, actually. But like we don't have... Oh, yeah, that's fine. Fire it away. That's amazing. Don't care about that. Okay. So now we just like run HQ, run R&D. I could run R&D first. No, we run HQ first, because if I like need to like Parisha something, then I do it now. Although maybe I know what the HQ card is. I don't think I do though. We go SMC deep dive. There's only one deep dive, so we're not like getting this back. So we're just like pick up an SMC and be happy with it. Oh, okay. Good to know. I could coup that. I don't... Do we, though? Because I can just R&D lock them. Yeah, we just like C2 cards here. This seems fine. Okay. Unsmiling Seraphim is fine. And as long as they don't draw an agenda, they can't play the shipment from Vlad. Like, they could, of course, draw and get an agenda, but then it's not a 5-3. Oh, they found market forces. Okay. Okay. Thinking. Okay, so simulchip the cupellation for fermenter. Click fermenter. Click fermenter, click 1. No, it still can't get into R&D. I can SMC. As long as I SMC and overclock, then I can get into R&D. Which I can always do. I think we get the fermenter though. So we click this. And then we go SMC overclock. And then I think I reinstall the coop now. Let the runner gain 2 to prevent. Okay. So I think I just break the draw. Oh, no. I could just coop a card and then see 3 out of HQ. Yeah, no, this can just all fire. Yeah, that's fine. I can all fire. Maybe we... I could simulchip the pressure spike. But no, I think we just coop a card. I should SMC still, though. We'll just get the revolver. Give me... Okay, that works. GG. That works. That works. That works, my friends. That works. Is the plan to try to deep dive for the draw? Well, no, because there was only one deep dive. So, like, the second the deep dive hit the bin, because we ran into Urtica Cipher, the second the deep dive hit the bin, because we ran into Urtica Cipher, we were never going to deep dive anymore. Unless our opponent chose to give it to us with Steve, with DJ Steve, which usually they don't. I have done that before, though. I think I played a game against Hams. I played a game against Hams in person like 2 months ago, where I was playing this Lat deck with one deep dive, or maybe there was 2. I don't remember. No, I think there was 2. So in the earlier version of this deck, when I was playing 2, I was playing this deck 2 months ago, and it wasn't 2 months ago. It was like 1 month ago. It was like a month and 2 weeks ago. I played against Hams, and I DJ'd and offered Sure Gamble and Deep Dive, and then he chose to, which was the right choice. He RFG'd the gamble and gave me the Deep Dive. That tells you a bit about like the situation we were in. Cheese melted. Yes, cheese has been melted. Yeah. Also, like, okay. Like, cheese was melted, but like, think about what I did that game. Like, I was able to comfortably pivot my game plan. I mean, like, I wasn't that comfortable, okay? Like, running into Check a Scion, taking 8 tags is, like, not comfortable. But, like, I had a very lean board, okay? At a very lean board, I didn't install breakers when I didn't need to. Like, you know, like, as I said, when you price and you get, like, Buzzsaw and 3 Dirty Laundries, you install the Buzzsaw, right? And you basically just spent a click and 2 credits to install a Buzzsaw. But, like, I didn't install anything, like, because I don't need to install anything until I actually need it. So I was able to like pivot into a tag me game plan and play a good aggressive game, and like the deck was just very flexible. I wonder if against PD I keep Revolver and Unity. The money is like awkward. No, we can't keep this hand. Oh, okay. All right, let's go. All right, we're gonna like roll this PD. Here we go. Do we gamble? Because I could just like Anacam creative this and be greedy. No, I can't actually. No, I can't. Okay, we gotta gamble. And we're gonna run into this, click 2. And then if it's MIC, we're sad, but oh well. That's the game we play. Okay. Do I click this? No, right? Do I? No, I can fire. He mulliganed, so this might not be Rashida. Okay. It's not. Beautiful. It's Trankard. Oh, thank goodness I didn't click that. Oh my goodness. That's the thing. Like, that's why you also need to pay attention if they kept or mulligan. Because if they, like, kept, then it's probably not Trankard Bran. Which is why sometimes you should, like, make plays like that when you have a good hand. They res Trankard, which is something that I seem to forget to do. Take a credit, greasing, install, draw. Okay. Anacam, Diesel, Fermenter, Stone Chip. Seamless launch. That's fine. That's very fine. Let's play the build script. Let's find an SMC, please. This is good because I can click that. And let's just get the Unity on the board, I think. Oh, I should probably play the creative. Yeah, I'll just play the creative. There's the SMC. Okay, we're not gonna get rolled in game 2 against Rotom. We might get rolled, but it won't be because we didn't draw SMC. Gamble, Unity, SMC, Trick Shot. That seems fine. Well, let's play the gamble first, see what happens. Ooh. Never mind then. Then I'm going to sit back with the pinhole. I'm going to sit back. Let's just install our cards. Remember, okay, as I said, like only the last score matters. So they can score here. That's okay. This tells me which card is the upgrade. So then I can pinhole that later. Let's pop the Stone Ship. Okay, we do need to find an Icebreaker, an SMC, or a Simul Chip. Also, this score is good for me because it means that I can break Bran with without double boosting Pressure Spike. I think we go for this. Wow, okay. That's unfortunate, I think. I can play 3 cards. 1, 2. Do I pop that? I'm gonna wait a turn. Let's Laundry. Lol. Should have popped it. Oh my god, we got punished. That's okay. Dang it. If we click this, next turn we go, I could just draw. No, we're gonna pop this. Okay, we found Simulchip. Which means we can't pre-install a breaker now. So we're going to install Simulchip. We'll just get rid of the coop. I don't love that, but that's what we're doing. Damn, the fermenter. Oh man. There's like 1 or 2 Mavericks in this deck, and we like laundried into it. Oh, that sucks. Sucks so hard. Man. Ooh. Okay. I was like, if no card goes in the remote here, then we're doing really good. But if he does put a card in the remote there, then I have to respect it. Which we will. Okay. Now we don't want to deep dive because it loses us the Hannah, and we do want to use the Hannah. So let's just draw. We're going to try to find a breaker so we don't have to use this Simulchip. Okay. I guess we're using the Simulchip. Icing R&D means that there's no agenda in HQ. I think I'm okay trick-shotting here. Or I could overclock first and then trick-shot after. Yeah. Just like get a breaker. Oh, we would get like... We don't get full value. I want full value. We're trick-shotting. I want full value. Because if we install Revolver, that only costs me 4, and if I install Pressure Spike, it costs me an extra 1. So if we don't res the ice on R&D, then I can install Pressure Spike for a full 6. Yeah. We're gonna pop the Spin Doctor. And we're gonna steal Architect Deployment Test. Nice. Gatekeeper, that's fine. Do I want to run Server 1? No. No, I don't. We're gonna draw Anacam. I could draw again before we overclock. Don't mind that. Just in case we draw the Pressure Spike, then we don't have to do this. Maybe we don't want to draw the Pressure Spike, though. Yeah, no, we just overclock now. Let's get this. Let's get the Pressure Spike out. Seamless launch is fine. We're not going to get our lat draw, which sucks. And we just click this. Is fine. Hannah before Unity in case we need to click the remote. No. It was just I think at the time, I don't remember how much money I had, but it was just like Hannah was just cheaper. So like in case like it does that change the math in playing Gamble? I don't remember. But also like you don't want to commit like MU onto the board if you don't have to, because sometimes like MU can get tight if you just like randomly install your programs. Yeah. I think that was the reasoning. Okay, draw a card, Hansei, and then install an ice. Should I just deep dive? I definitely should, right? I should just deep dive right now. Yeah, let's just deep dive right now. Like, all the agendas are clearly in R&D. And it's not going to be cheaper later. So this seems fine. Border control, yep. Okay. I see. There's no agendas here. What? I guess we're just trashing Void? Oh my god. Guess we're trashing Void, yeah. And I'm not accessing another card. I could draw a card here and discard Anacam. That's probably the play. And we'll Lat draw. Okay. That's fine. This is fine. This is fine. Because I have Pinhole, right? Pinhole and upgrade. Get on in there, in the remote. We're doing okay. Gamble. Pinhole. Maybe we don't even Pinhole. I don't think we even Pinhole. We just like gamble run. Or we click the fermenter and run. Or we gamble overclock, obviously. I can't break double drafter. I think that's okay. Yeah, let's go. I don't love this. But this is the situation we're in. Like, border control can get rezzed here. And then I have to run this again. And I don't have another overclock. We have one more overclock in the deck. 2 more trick shots. 1 more overclock, 2 more trick shots. I don't think we have a sentry problem here. So we should be okay. We can break that fully. We might have a clicks problem. Like, double seamless Ikawa project is obviously a big threat, but like they had to draw the Ikawa. They probably have double seamless based off the way that they've been playing, but they did need to draw the Ikawa. So let's see if that's the case. Also, they're running really low on money now, which is really good for me. I can let them install an ice. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If I paid 2 clicks, you can just say done. You can just install an ice if you want, I think. Yeah, you can fire this. Ablative? No. Okay. We're gonna pop the mic. I do just spend 2 clicks here, because we can't score a Ikawa project. Okay. Off-world? Yup. And then I will just trash everything. And then we Lat draw. We installed the magnet, yeah? I didn't check. Installs magnet, yeah, okay. That makes sense. Because that's just like a, yeah, why not, right? Okay, so I can run back here. We just like pop fermenter. We drew trick shot like a god. Ooh, we can't pop fermenter. I have to simulchip the revolver first. So install simulchip, pop it, install simulchip, pop it, click fermenter, trick shot. Click fermenter, trick shot. This leaves me with, I gain 5 here, which puts me to 14. 2, 4, 5. Ooh, I could just like lose all my clicks on this. Maybe we do just run this last click. We just hope there's no Ikawa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, maybe we just hope there's no Ikawa. I don't mind that. Oh, but then we can't steal Ikawa out of R&D. Nah, we'll trick shot. We'll have a click, which means we have to pay $2 more on this MIC, which is fine. Corporate hospitality. I do want to trash that. And a Mick, that's fine. Corp is poor. Corp can't afford Mick. 4. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I could pinhole. Oh. Oh. Bad math, I guess. Oof. What? What happened to my money? Did I not gain 5 from this? But not the magnet. Can, but not the magnet. Okay, I mean, I guess he has to pay. I should have pinholed then. That's really bad. Yeah, we should have just pinholed. I overcomplicated this. Skunk? Oh, really? Well, if that matters, then we can just bounce. Yeah. We had the Ikawa. GG. Drew that. We probably drew that because it drew that off the top, yeah. What's the other card? So you had the Ikawa in hand when you installed the off-world? Nice. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I need you to waste money. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. No, that's good play. Yeah. Yeah, like I think they respected that I was able to get in once, so they jammed the off-world to make me spend money. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Man, we had the Ikawa hand. When did we draw that? Like we drew both the because the thing is like we would have jammed way earlier, right? Yeah, this was the last turn was bad, because I did the trick shot math wrong. Like I think it was because I trashed the corporate hospitality, funnily enough. But like even then, I was actually in a pretty bad spot if I make that run. So I think I'm supposed to pinhole and then run. But pinhole is like if I hit the upgrade, then I trash the upgrade, and if I hit the agenda, then like I either find out it's a 2-pointer and then I don't run, or I find out it's a Kawa and like I just spent a click and a credit doing nothing, which is tough. That is tough. It's a decent game. Whiffed a deep dive, which is unfortunate. Whiffed a deep dive. The agenda in hand was something I wasn't expecting. Okay. Oh, was I blocking? I was blocking ice, wasn't I? Sorry, chat. My face is obstructing the mix. Sorry, everyone. It's got a little too focused. That was Plate of Corp to install the ice and let us draw a card. Well, the magnet was from Archives actually, so the magnet was from Archives, so it didn't matter. Gotta go. Great stream. See you next weekend. Yeah, see you next weekend. The safest server is the iceless server. Well, yeah, because like when you're playing like you don't have agendas in hand. Like yeah, I guess he just drew double agenda one of those turns. Like he had to have drawn them one after the other because the thing is like if he drew one earlier, right? Like any turn prior to the off-world, he would have jammed it. Like if he drew either off-world or Ikawa, he would have jammed that. So we must have drawn both of them at the same time and then decided to put the off-world in there first. Because I highly doubt we had the Ikawa and chose to not score that and instead chose to draw cards to find a way to bait me to run. Because like we could just install a second skunk in there, right? And that would have done the same thing. Good argument against deep diving and tossing the Hana earlier. Yeah, it's true. The thing is though, like based off the direction that game was going in at the time when we played deep dive, it was clear that the Hana wasn't gonna get used. Well, I guess you can click the Hana to gain a click, which is important. So never mind. But yeah, you could click the Hana to gain a click on the important turn, but like usually you don't click the Hana to run the remote because you have like overclocks and trick shots that you want to play. Unless your like money is good, or if you don't have those, then clicking the Hana is good. But I feel like that was a good turn to get the deep dive. Like I think most like you're not supposed to whiff deep dives ever. But like yeah, so like most of the time we get one agenda there. Sometimes we get two, sometimes we get zero. And that's Netrunner. Okay. How are you feeling? I've played some Asa, played some Lat. I'm happy to do one more. It looks like there's not a lot of games going on right now, but happy to do one more. We can like just chat, and if y'all have some questions, I'm liking seeing this Lat deck in action. Yeah, cool. I enjoy playing the Lat deck, so I'm happy to do that again. Yeah, let's just like queue another game. Lat deck is fun. I will be better at checking where my face is, so that I can move myself. And the PD matchup is like, I think that game was particularly fun because I chose to ignore like it's an interesting point of review, I think, is like, should I have ignored the second off-world score? Is an interesting point of review. Because I could have gotten in there, right? Like I could have gotten in there, and I chose not to. But the thing is, like, it's expensive. Like, I have to pay 6 or 7 credits to break the Bran. So, like, the barrier breaking situation in this deck is not great. Like, if we're rushing behind Bran, I'm really relying on the fact that I can lock you out after you get to threat 4. Oh, man. Okay, we got a Thule. This is not a keep because we want card draw. And we've got Deep Dive in hand, which is really bad. So, like, this is why we play 1 Deep Dive, is so we don't have it in hand that often. But deck's got other plans. Let's Stone Ship. This could be like just like spam assets and like try to core you and then end of the line Thule. In which case the Stone Ships are important. But we just gotta set up. So let's just be efficient setting up. Let's Laundry HQ. Okay, so it is that deck. So we're just gonna set up. You want to Laundry first, because like if we find like an agenda, we can steal it. We could have Laundried a remote. I guess we should have. But here we are. It's okay. We need to find our Parisha, and we can just like trash the garbage that's on the board. But this is like another cheese deck, you know? Okay, so if that's Waroid Tracker, we can coop that and be fine. But we can't do anything unless we find like an SMC. Ugh. We're gonna like score false lead next turn, right? That's the plan. Oh well. We'll just draw again. Put down the Revolver. Maybe we put down Simulchip? No, I'll put down Revolver. Sometimes I check these. Like, if we had Parisha, we would be checking this board. But we don't have Parisha, so like we're gonna score this false lead, which is fine. Diesel. Anacam doesn't do anything. We're gonna save the Stone Ship. Anacam is like good to install, but other than that, it's like doesn't matter too much. We could check this card. I could Laundry it. I don't want to lose the Anacam, is why we're installing that. And I want to run second to last click. So yeah, let's Laundry this. Why not? Gaslight. Sure. It's good trash. We've like demonstrated that we're not going to run, so we're probably installing an important card that turn. Regolith. Sure. Three fewer clicks is fine. Install Simulchip. Lap draw. Great turn. It's an accent. That's a great turn. Love that. Just joined the stream. I was the Jank Pravados. Just wanted to confirm the checklist was not an accidental advance. Nice. Very nice. Well played. How many copies of End of Line does this play? I think it plays 1. I hate Thule. I came here to break ice. Yeah. If we manage to grab the End of the Line, we only lose to Orbital. Yeah, and we don't even lose to Orbital because we have Stone Ship Chat Room. Yeah, we want to install the Cupellation before we deep dive. So that's 100% right. Okay. So we don't want a pinhole here on server 7 because if it's an agenda, we can't respond by going and picking it up. So we don't want a pinhole. Let's just like continue playing our cards. Parisha is really good. Fermenter is really good. And like creative is like just fine. And we'll just chill again. I want to get value out of the Parisha, but this is okay. We can start running next turn and like just like trashing things on the board. Oh. Okay. See, the thing about the Thule deck is like, what if I don't run? Like, are you gonna score out? Is that the plan? Are we gonna score out? Is that what we're threatening to do? Like, I really don't think we're threatening to do that, right? I think I can just overclock the wage. Guess we'll clear the tag first in case there's like a random B1000 in here. Don't think there is, but let's just clear the tag. This is Warroy Tracker, right? It's not? Oh, right. I forgot about that. Oh, okay, so that's fine. So we'll just lose our clicks. Trash this. Trash this. Okay. I forgot about that. That was poor. I should have ran on click 3. I thought it was Warroid Tracker. I was like, in my head, I like convinced myself it was Warroid Tracker. I should have ran on click 3. That was really bad. Although with that said, there wasn't really anything else that I would have ran. So I guess I would have like clicked for an extra credit. Still no SMC. So like we can't get into server 7. Unless it's a Sentry, which it might be. I think this deck plays like Gatekeeper, Jagarendi, and nothing else. So like, worst case is we faceplant into a Gatekeeper, which seems fine. I think we will probably just poke. Yeah, we just take it easy. Do nothing. Like, we'll just, like, check the board. Like, I don't need to advance my board right now. So we can just, like, take it easy. This cost them a ton of credits. Am I dying? No. Okay. I'll just poke this. We just do a little poke. A little poke. No res. Steal false lead. Pay a click and $2. Lat draw. Great turn. Doesn't trashing versus Thule turn on a ton of things? Yeah, that's okay. Like, they have to pay for those things. And they have, like, $6. What if we don't run is normally I will score 2 false leads and you can't do anything into Oppo the rest of the game. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta find your false leads. And, like, I don't know. You need to like balance that chance. Like you can't play around something that is like a 10%. So if they have a 10% that they're gonna like blow you out, then like you can't like respect that 100% of the time. What happened? Install a card in server 9. Res and pop Spin Doctor, shuffle Regos Rashida. Install server 10, install server 10. Okay. So I think I want to pop this, and then we'll probably simulchip it back. Yeah. I still don't have SMC, but I feel like we will steadily draw into it. I mean, I'm going to wait until I get comfortable first. Like, this is fine. Gatekeeper can just fire. They're going to, like, Shuffle 2 agendas back. Hyperloop. That's it. Okay, sure. And we just like put this down, put this down. I think we will get the fermenter back. Okay, that's really good for me that that was Spin Doctor and wasn't anything else. And now we've like kind of like gotten rid of some of the cards in our hand so we can play the Diesel. But also I'm not scared of the cards in the remotes. So like if I don't find an SMC to then run server 10, like that's fine. Also, all the Spin Doctors are gone now, so any discarded agendas are discarded forever. I think we'll just Diesel and not check this turn. I like that. I want to like get an opportunity to play the Diesel. We're gonna not play the Gamble because that is an Anacam draw next turn. But so is Overclock. So, if I install SMC and then run server 11, we like have an extra click for this random Hendrik if that's what it is. It's Malia. We'll trash that, get Parisha value, and then get the Simulchip on the board and Lat draw. It's a great turn. We drew the Unity into hand, which is unfortunate. Actually, it's good. It's good. But like I would have rather drawn any other program because like in order to get through the Gatekeeper, we have to get the Unity, obviously. Maryland, Gaslight for distributed tracing. Okay, I'm not scared of that. I don't want the Maryland to be ticking, though. MCA is fine. I don't want the Maryland to be ticking. So I do want to get rid of this Maryland. That is like a high priority of mine. So if I go Gamble, overclock the remote, and then we pop the SMC for something, like Cupellation, then I can go and coop this Maryland. Do we play barriers? We might play Ablative Barrier. I think that's okay. We'll take that risk. Ooh, okay. Pelongian Hand's excellent. Okay. So we're gonna overclock server 12 and get Cupellation. So just so we like have that down now. Okay, and I guess we're gonna spend a click and 2 credits here. This gives the money, and the Maryland's gonna finish ticking now. Alright, that's the line we're taking, I guess. That's the line we like left ourselves open for. So that's the line we're taking. I was gonna trash the Maryland, but like the reason we ran the remote with a click left is so we could steal an agenda and spend a click. And then I guess this means we're gonna let the Maryland tick, and we're just gonna have to deal with them having that money. Okay. They're gonna ask if I have action? No. You're gonna pay a click and $2 to trash a Stone Ship chat room? Okay. That's fine. That was great. They just spent 4 credits to do that. That's amazing. I am totally fine with what happened there. I think I still want to trash this Maryland. Huh. Maybe we don't. We just let the $4 ride. I also want to let the MCA stay there so that... maybe we don't. Clear tag, Unity, run. That seems fine. I can also check server 5. Let's just do that. Because Jaguarandi's threat 4. Yeah, okay, no, we're gonna run the MCA. Because, yeah, Jaguarandi's threat 4. So if we, like, steal an agenda in server 5 and then, like, run back into MCA and deal with Jaguarandi, I'd rather not deal with that. And also, we just drew our Hannah, which is amazing. If it's the any NPC list, it's Jaguarandi. Yeah. Yeah. So let's, like, run now while we don't have money to res Jaguarandi. And then we can, like, we'll have to deal with Jaguarandi later. There's another MCA. Okay. So you can just, like, Hannah, click Hannah. We probably pop the Fermenter now. Oh, I guess I don't need to run server 7 this turn. Let's just go 13. We can just let this, we can let the MCA be for a turn. We're not scared of that. I'm also not scared of Wage, but let's just get rid of it. Because I don't want to run server 5 last click into a Hendrik. And then I can either... I think we just want the Fermenter back. I think we do. We're just going to get the Fermenter back. And, like, our revolver bullets are fine, because we have 6 bullets here. We have, like, 1 more for Simulchip on the board. We can DJ for Steve and then get Simulchips back if we really need to. If, like, somehow the corp pivots into taxing our revolver counters, which is never happening. Because if it is Jaguarandi, like, we only need to break 1 sub on Jaguarandi. So we're doing great. And we just control the board. And, like, this is what, like, the Lat deck is trying to do, is, like, basically I'm building a deck that's trying to prove to you that your game plan doesn't work. We can Hannah, well, no, I guess we run server 7. I don't want to Hannah, because, like, what if it's a barrier? So let's just play super safe, because we're ahead. And now we can Hannah. And then if this is like, I mean, let's, okay. Okay, do I run server 5? I don't need to. So just take a credit. Let's keep our money up. Like, we're just, like, contesting the board. And, like, every time we run through the gatekeeper, we have to pay 2 credits. So just click for credits, keep your money up. I guess I'm losing 3 clicks. Okay. Now what? Cupellation does work with Pinhole. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Pinhole says you cannot... If it's an agenda, you can't steal or trash. And Cupellation doesn't work on agendas anyways. Which is really sad, because, like, that's so sad. Like, I would like to... Because then Cupellation can be, like, back pro punitive tech. We drew a card. Okay, so now I can, like, run server 5. Let me just check this. Like, why not? Unless, yeah. Okay, so it's B1000, so we just trash that. And we take a credit, and we Lat draw. Great turn. Do you think it's ever worth going for a single in Centrals with your last click if you already stole an agenda that turn? Well, Thule is every time you steal an agenda. So I don't quite follow why doing it after stealing an agenda matters. There's 2 more gambles. There's another laundry, and there's 3 trick shots left. Can we draw a trick shot, please? No. No, we can't. We could get a laundry. And if I steal an agenda on the HQ run, that's fine. Oh, but laundry is not even that great. Okay, let's just deal with this. I don't know if this deck plays Mavericks. If we install this and then run HQ, I can pick up a creative. Distributed tracing. Yeah, I think it is important. I have 4 points. Also, I should just deep dive, hey? Maybe I should have sabled there. Maybe I should have sabled there. I don't think I care about this. Let's pick it up. Why not? Oh, I have to discard 2 cards. Pressure Spike. We can simulchip that if we really need it. I love this fork, by the way. Like, this fermenter's just gonna sit here. And, like, I'm gonna click it for 10. And if you don't want me to do that, you gotta throw your turn in the garbage. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. We got money, so now we can oppo. That's fine. And then I need to do my turn slowly because they're gonna false lead. Sure. Okay. So the fact that I have 4 tags doesn't matter. I do want to run server 10 because that could be Rashida. And we don't want Rashida to happen. So we just like click this and then wheels run. I can't die. We don't have enough money to kill me. Oh. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, yeah, well played. But I still don't die. I'll respond by popping Stone Ship. No action. I don't need to pop this. Like, hit me first, and then I'll pop this. Nothing does more than 4 damage. Okay, so now we pop this. And then they're gonna trash Hannah. What did I lose? I lost Telework Contract? Okay. So I guess we just... Oh, I can't deep dive because we got hypoxiaed. So I just clear 3 tags here. And then we just pop the Stone Ship to draw? Yeah. If I play Gamble, I'd have to discard. And I don't want to do that. Well, like, I'd have to discard anyways. You know what I mean? Oh, we got a Lat draw. That's hilarious. Oh my god. I thought I had to pop the Stone Ship right away, and I don't. That's hilarious. Oh my goodness. Nope. You can trash this if you want. Okay. Now we're broke. So I can, like, play this, clear a tag, run server 10. Trash Rashida. And then I can probably play another Gamble and we'll deep dive next turn. That seems good. Oh, we got a Lat draw. Look at that. Oh yeah, we haven't drawn a single trick shot this game. Like, all the trick shots are in the deck still, which is crazy. So let's play our first trick shot. We probably win off this double access. Happy to trash that. Let's use the trick shot money. Oh. Yeah, because we're running the remote anyways. I guess if there's an upgrade, then I can't trash this. Yeah, we'll use the Persian money. Right, suppression's fine. I can just go for deep dive here. Break. But I can't steal a Kala project. But that's fine. I think we're here. Like, my ability to steal a Kala project is not going to improve, so we might as well. Oh, okay. There we go. Solid game. Solid game. Like, really, like, we really focused on breaking down what this corp is trying to do, and that's what we beat. Like, we beat what this corp is trying to do, and that's really all you need to do. Let's see the rest of the hand. End of the line and orbital. Okay, yeah, so we had a lot of agendas in hand. Catching up on chat. Minimize the chance the corp can play distributed hypoxia a second time. Oh, I see. So we want to yeah, we want to steal multiple agendas in one turn so we can't distribute it. That's maybe, but like we already we already made a run, spent a click and 2 credits, and now we want to make a run again and spend another click and 2 credits. So as long as you have like that is sound logic. As long as you have a click and 2 credits left when you're making that HQ run. Kat, how's it going? I'm great. Yeah, I'm great. How are you doing? Things are good. I'm in Nanaimo. We're working a summer job. I'm like getting settled in. This is my first weekend that wasn't like taken over by American Continentals. So it's good. Why are we false leading? Yeah, we shouldn't have false leaded there. Yeah, but like the thing is like my turn wouldn't have changed. Like I still would have checked that card. I still would have like done what I did, I think. We can clear 4 if we use Hannah. Yeah, that's true. I think I thought about the Hannah thing and then I dismissed it immediately when I saw that the corp was on 3 credits. But then the Hyperloop play was really good by them. That got them to 6. But like it's still really awkward. Like they gotta pay like a click and 2 bucks and they're trying to like play their tag punishment. Yeah, I could have just cleared. I don't know. We also get a 100% chance of Anacam draw if they were to paying for 1 again. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a good one. So my takeaway here is to not play Thule at Canas this weekend. I wouldn't. But Joe, the thing is like, I don't know, find me a corp deck that is consistent. I guess like the best we got is like rush with PD, Asa, or Sports Metal, and like hope we can win before like the runner has drawn the right cards. Yeah. But the thing is like I don't think Canadian Nationals in Calgary is gonna have like a very refined field. So like yeah, like I think you can take I don't know, I think you can bring whatever and do well at Kennets. Because I don't expect to have a super refined field. Like I think we're gonna have like a lot of players playing their own pet decks. Yeah. Man, okay. Um, maybe record for my longest non-tournament stream. Sports is quite alright, but it's not really Rush, in my opinion. Sports is not really Rush? Like, we're talking the sports that plays two Audacities? Is that not like just the same deck that has shown up before, which is just we're trying to rush and then fast advance. We're trying to rush like one or two agendas and then fast advance the other one or two. I think the Thule is quite a bit less effective when people know how it works, which is true with like every corp deck. But yeah, that's true. But yeah, it's like as I said, like I think PD, Asa, and Sports Metal are like the ones that like you know what it does, but like you can make plays out of it, and it's like you can't like just knowing what that deck does doesn't beat it in an obvious way. Whereas like the Thule is like you can systematically break it down. Like the Ishuak is like that as well. PD's still pretty effective and people know how it works. I think PD is a rush deck. Sports Metal is a rush deck. Sports Metal is a rush deck that just also like has fast advance. Like no like all fast advance decks are rush decks. Unless you're playing like a glaciary one where you're like, you know, trying to like Red Planet Couriers, and like if you're like unless you're playing Red Planet Couriers or Big Deal, then like your fast advance deck is always a rush deck. Any thoughts on Boston going open list for Swiss? I love it. I booked my tickets already like last month, cause Wiki wants me to defend her title because she can't be there, and I certainly can't say no to that. So I'm gonna be there, and I'm so excited. I don't know. Like open list Netrunner is like a different beast. And like it's really important to play decks that don't fold to your opponent knowing what you're doing. And that's like I don't know. To me, that's like really interesting, and to me, that's like the it's like I'm personally very happy about that because that's like how I prepare for tournaments anyways, is I prepare decks that can win in cuts. And like I don't have to worry about losing to cheese because all the cheese is going to be open deck lists. So I know what cheese is coming. And I can like figure out what to do and build a game plan around knowing what's like what kind of cheese is showing up. So for me personally, I love that. But I think like running a tournament for a completely open list, like playing closed deck lists is like a fun thing on its own. So like I'm not saying open deck list is better than closed deck lists. I am saying that I am better at playing open deck lists than I am at closed deck lists. So like I think it's like beneficial for me. But it does like take away some of the bluffing aspect of Netrunner. Because a lot of the times in Swiss you can bluff and threaten certain things that you don't have in your deck, and like this tournament kind of takes that ability away, which is a loss. Yeah. So like I think I like the way that tournaments are run, where you have closed deck lists in Swiss and you have open deck lists in the cut. But I don't know. It'll be good to try. I think I'll hopefully have a good time. Not sure I would say Arzan's as Mari as Rush. That's true. But that's like, you're not making a remote. Also, I'm not like, is that deck, aside from the fact that that deck scores with Moonpool and Kingmaking, how else does that deck score? Like, I guess that deck is like just fast advance and is not Rush. That's fair. Hey, your Lat got me to Top Cat. Oh, the OTG gang is online. Yo, congrats. How'd the games go? I should look at that. I've not looked at that. OTG. We got a top 8. I wonder who that is. Playing PD and Sable. Sebastian, you played Asa and Lat. Asa. Nuvum 419. RH, Arasana. NEH, Sable. NEH, Kit. There's 2 NEHs. Like, this is just... The NEH is just like the... This is just like the end of the line, like, Reaper function NEH, but it's playing Degree Mills. Or no, that deck was already playing Degree Mill. So it's playing Send a Message. Interesting. PCAT with the Earth Station. Well done. Getting in there with the Earth Station and the kit. All right. Good stuff. 32 players. Good stuff. Yeah, good luck. Sebastian, you... There were 7 rounds. It's interesting. You guys won in round 6 and then ID'd round 7. 16, 16, 16, 15, 13. So Sebastian, you're against Dr. Awkward. Lat against NEH and Ob against Kit. Well, I mean, find out what this NEH deck is doing, but... I mean, like, the fact that it's NBN is sus. Like that's probably a good matchup for you because runners are because the Lat deck is really good and NBN is sus. But see what happens. If it is the Reaper function end of the line deck, it might get iffy if you like contest everything because there's only one Hannah, but there is still one Hannah. But if you don't find the Hannah, you can still get your Parisha out and just trash things with Parisha, and just contest their board and contest their econ. And I think that should be fine. Just don't be afraid to use your trick shots and your overclocks to trash things, to trash wage workers and the high cost things. And if it is the end of the line deck, because that would be your approach regardless of what kind of NEH it is, just contest it with Parisha. But if it is the end of the line deck, Cupellation, deep dive, pick up the end of the line, and now you can't die. Not to mention you have stone ships. You think you saw it play Re-Education? Huh. Okay. You're telling me there's a Re-Education NEH? Interesting. Yeah, you can I mean, if it is playing Re-Education, then if it's only if it's playing just 5/3s and it's clearly just an all-in Re-Education deck, then you install 2 stone ship chart rooms and you build your board until you can run the remote, and you just let them do their thing and they just can't kill you. But you gotta watch out for sudden commandment though. So you need to have 2 stone ships. Because they can sudden commandment when they do this thing, which is a clickless card. And you can't let them have spin doctors on the board. You gotta run the spin doctors immediately. Because a spin doctor is a way that they start their turn with more than 5 cards in hand. I lost with round 1 to RH. Couldn't find the early agenda. Probably could have ran archives though. Ooh, yeah, just the world's RH. It can get awkward. Yeah, that can get awkward. Just because there's just a bunch of 5/3s and you don't really want to run early. But yeah, poking is really important. Poking against the punitive Kentucky decks is really, really important. Because you don't want to play the game at the end where they just like they like got set up, you don't have any points, and like now they're threatening everything. But also, yeah, like sometimes you can just run archives. Like you have so much like event econ in this deck, so like, you know, you play like 2 gambles and like laundry archives. Like, I don't know, depends on how you're feeling, but like sometimes if they like even if it's back pro, they have to find the other 3-pointer and they have to find like a punitive or 2, and like sometimes you can like stone ship your way to 6 cards, and like sometimes you just have to like accept that. Like if you can end your turn on 6 cards and they can like and they have exactly YDL double punitive, then so be it. And that's just what you got to do sometimes. Because again, like we're respecting this threat, and in exchange for respecting the threat, they're like gaining a credit off RH every single turn. Is a little like something you can't let them get away with. Okay. I'm gonna go get some food. Yeah, I'm gonna get some food. It is pretty. We've been going for like 4+ hours. This has been great. I really wanted to get the opportunity to talk about the Asa, talk about the Lat, and like, oh my god, like I loved how I was able to showcase Cupellation in this stream. Like Cupellation was so good in like so many games, and like I feel like we played against a lot of corps where I was able to showcase like how to play, and showcase what I mean when I'm like, you just need to beat them. You don't need to win. Like, you need to beat the corp at what they're doing. So focus on what they're doing, beat what they're doing, and like only if you can't, that's when you like you're like, okay, now I need to run centrals. I need to find the agendas, because in the long term this isn't going to work for me. But as I said, like it's a really risky strategy to adapt, because you need to like fully know. You need to fully understand your position, your corp's position, and be very confident in what you can and cannot do. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna call my stream there. As I said, I'm going to put the I'm gonna put the match replays on my deck list right up. So for those who are interested in looking at the match replays, I will put them in the deck list write ups, just linked at the bottom. So you can check that out. Oh, one more thing. If y'all have been here the whole time, like I am so close. Okay, there's a number next to your name. This is your like Netrunner DB reputation. Okay, I am at 4986, and if you go to Always Be Running, you will see these things on the left called badges. Okay, which is like a fake internet high five. Okay, and I've got all these badges, and if you click on the info button, you can view the full list of badges. And one of the badges, if it'll load, one of the badges is right here at the bottom, Netrunner DB Superstar, and there are currently 6 users who have this, and you get this by having more than 5,000 reputation on Netrunner DB. And like for the entire time that I've been playing the game and like checking, like known that this has existed, I've only ever seen these 6 users here, which is Code Marvelous, 0 Hours, Spegs, Timmy, the Big Boy, and Crit D20. And I am at 4986. I need 15 more likes to crack more than 5,000 and get to 5,001. So yeah, please go and like, if you haven't liked my decks already, please go do that. It'd make my day. And yeah, hopefully I can celebrate having the Netrunner DB Superstar badge very soon. Yeah, that's all. All right. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Maybe it's Sunday where you are, but if it's Sunday, you're probably not watching me live. So enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and I will catch y'all in the next stream, which will probably be like, I don't know, Canadian Nationals is next weekend, but like I think every time that I have a weekend where I'm not going to a Netrunner tournament, I'll probably stream. So yeah, there'll probably be more streams this summer. Yeah. All right, thanks for hanging out, everybody.